Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Isiah was the son of Great-red and Ophis. Part 1. Since the dawn of time, Ophis and Great-red have been at odds with one another. But, what happens when through an inexplicable twist of fate, a new being was born through their conflict? Follow Isiah, the third dragon god, on his journey as the world will not be same again. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make the dimensional gap, a location that exists in between all worlds. In its seemingly infinite space, multiple large flashes of red and black can be seen colliding with one another. The two strongest entities in the universe are facing each other in one of their usual battle to claim dominance over the dimensional gap. One of these fierce entities is a massive red western dragon with a horn on his snout and has two sets of wings. His overall length measures around 100 meters. He is the Apocalypse Dragon, the true red dragon god emperor and dragon of dragons, Great-red. The other entity is another dragon god, one as fierce and strong as Great-red, the Ouroboros dragon god. Although unlike her counterpart, she took the appearance of a woman with a beauty so divine and ethereal in nature, no mortal or deity was a match for it. She had long black hair reaching to just a bit below her hips with massive breasts, that even exceeds that of the great seraph Gabriel, the most beautiful women in heaven, showing a voluptuous figure that could hypnotize any man if she were to let her aura's pheromones take control, with eyes that were a deep black that could hypnotize you with how mesmerizing they were. Her current outfit is a Gothic-style uniform with various purple designs and a few infinity symbols, but her chest area was open, revealing her overflowing breasts out in the open. She was completely barefooted. Despite Ophis being known as an emotionless being, her current expression is one of anger and is directed towards Great-red. For the last time, Baker-red, get out of the dimensional gap. The dimensional gap was my home, long before you ever stepped foot in it. Screamed Ophis as she sent out a large amount of energy straight at Great-red, who quickly dodged it by flying over the attack. Why should I, Ophis? Last I checked, you left for the human world and the dimensional gap was empty of residents, so I just moved in. Besides, like I told you a million times already, this place is big enough to house both of us, so why don't you give it a rest already? Replied Great-red with a sigh. Ophis burst out a great deal of her aura and yelled out, I would never want to share my home with you. I crave silence, and you, with your ridiculous stunts and antics, are the furthest thing from silence. She then calmed down a bit and continued, how about you go live in the human world and occupy someone else's home? He simply answered, no, in the dimensional gap, I can fly freely and do whatever I want without the constant annoyance that occurs in the human world. Plus, I hate how everyone keeps staring at me when I pass by. Frankly, it's annoying. I'm amazed that you were able to live there for a while. I even heard that you created a team to defeat me, even though it's futile. Great-red giggled a bit at the last part. How did? I see, you saw it through dreams. No matter. I know it was futile, and that is why I am here to finish you off myself, as I should have done ages ago. So, for the last time, get out of my home or face elimination, shouted Ophis as she flared out her aura, which resounded throughout the dimensional gap. Great-red flared out his crimson red aura to match hers and shouted in his proud draconian voice, I will not leave, so give me your best shot. Yes, you will. No, I will not. Both dragon gods shot their attacks at each other at the same time, and when it collided, a huge shockwave reverberated throughout the dimensional gap, which was felt by many of the supernatural races, although it quickly subsided. Back in the dimensional gap, as the smoke clears, both dragon gods were seen relatively unscathed despite the ferocity and strength of the attacks, which would have definitely vaporized any god in an instant or even reduced an entire planet to rubble. It's a miracle the dimensional gap was even able to withstand such might. Ironically, this wasn't even their full power, which emphasizes how ridiculously powerful these two beings are. As both dragons are about to continue their clash, they see something unexpected happening around them. The residue of their power was slowly gathering in the middle of them, twisting and melding together into some type of form. Is this your trickery at work, Baker-red? No matter what you do, I will get rid of you once and for all. As amused as Great-red was over her temper tantrum, even he is surprised by this. Despite his powers being able to bend reality and create something from nothing, what was happening in front of him was definitely not from him. So, he decided to wait a bit, and see what will happen. Ophis was not pleased that Great-red was ignoring her, but, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a bit of a tug pulling her towards the form that was being created in front of her, which was crazy considering she should not be feeling any emotions. So, although still very much annoyed with the Apocalypse Dragon, her curiosity got the better of her as she too waited to see what would occur. The form continued to gather the excess energy caused by their clash and slowly began to change shape. First it gathered into a huge sphere of red and black energy and slowly began to form the shape of a dragon with 4 wings, but then it began to shrink and compress into what seemed to be a human form, and all of a sudden, the energy took the form of a baby boy. The boy looked human, but you could see on his black 4 draconian wings that were crimson in color like Great-red, however it had dark outlines across his wings. He also possessed baby fangs which were visible, black hair with streaks of red, and finally his eyes were draconian eyes, having red sclera with vertically slitted black pupils that represents true dragon's eyes. Across his body were several reddish-black dragon scales. Both Great-red and Ophis were flabbergasted by what just occurred. Never had they imagined that their clash would result in the birth of a baby. They could feel that the boy possessed both of their energies, making him their son, even though not conceived by normal means. Great-red found this turn of events rather fascinating, however Ophis's thoughts were a bit different on the matter. At first, she was confused by what happened, then intrigued by the boy, but when she sensed both of their energies within the infant, making both her and Great-red its parents, she started yelling, "No way, I refuse to acknowledge that this boy is potentially our offspring. Never have I considered becoming a parent, but no way in hell will I ever sire a kid with you of all beings. The mere thought makes me sick." Her voice sounded more draconian but still feminine this time around, and her eyes changed to that of a dragon's, revealing how furious she actually was. "That hurt a little," grumbled Great-red, keeping an eye out on what Ophis is doing. Ophis decides to take matters into her own hands as the aura around her manifests darkly around her. "This accursed creature is a mistake, one I will correct myself," stated Ophis. Although the moment she said that, she felt appalled by her words. She could not believe she said, but her fury overrode her rationality. She gathered a large sphere of energy in the palm of her hands, enough to obliterate the boy in front of her. Great-red was surprised by her actions. Although he didn't plan for this, he still found the boy to be fascinating and could not allow him to be killed off just like that. Plus, he knew it would annoy Ophis, so he decided to try and stop her from killing the poor boy. However, before anyone did anything, the boy suddenly appeared before her and was looking at Ophis. Unknown to both of them, while Ophis was having her temper tantrum, the boy was slowly making his way towards her. Despite the immense aura surrounding Ophis and being a baby not knowing what hostility is, he slowly made his way towards her until he was a few centimeters in front of her and looked straight into her eyes, knowing she was his mother. Ophis stared into the eyes of the boy, seeing his innocent beautiful eyes looking straight at her, almost as if he is looking straight into her soul. He, on the other hand, reached out to her with his little hands and was about to touch her hand that was filled with immense energy. Should it touch him, it would quickly kill him despite being the spawn of both dragon gods. Despite her raging emotions, the moment the boy was about to touch her, her instincts quickly screamed to spare his life and she instantly dispelled her attack just as he took her hand with both of his. The moment he did, she saw him giggle and give her an adorable smile as he laid upon her chest and slowly went to sleep, knowing he felt safe in her embrace. Ophis quickly wrapped her arms around him to make sure he didn't fall. Ophis did not understand what was going on with her at this moment. One moment she felt anger, then confusion and now worried, all because of this simple boy. What was happening to her? So many of these emotions were new to her as she has never, in her lifetime, felt them. Now, she felt the need to protect and care for the boy despite the fact that he is also his child. What she was currently feeling was her motherly instincts kicking in, finally acknowledging the boy as her son. All negative emotions that she was harboring suddenly disappeared as if it was all a dream, leaving behind a mother's love. As he lay in her arms, she displayed an expression that no one, not even Great-red, could believe. She had a warm smile as she looked over her son and she vowed to herself that she would nurture and care for him as any parent would their child. As all of this was happening, Great-red could only stare in disbelief at what was happening before him. Never in a million years did he ever imagine Ophis expressing such deep emotions over a boy she previously wanted to erase. Now, in front of him, lay a mother carrying her baby in their arms, and although it wasn't like him, he felt very happy at the majestic scene in front of him. In a way, that boy is also technically his son. Suddenly, he had an idea, one that if it succeeds could potentially stop Ophis from constantly harassing him out of the dimensional gap and coming after his neck all the time. The downside is his freedom would now be limited. However, the pros outweighed the cons, so he decided to take a chance. Ophis, said Great-red. When Ophis' attention was redirected to him, he continued, what would you say to raising this infant together? I may have changed my mind about my child, however, why would I let him near the very same being I despise so much? She replied with a fierce voice, but not loud enough to wake the baby sleeping in her arms. I see, however, remember that he carries both of our energies, making the both of us his parents. Would you deny your son the chance to meet and live with his father? Would you deny him that right? I'll let you decide, said Great-red as he let Ophis think about it. Ophis wanted to quickly deny his claim, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. Every child is raised by both a mother and a father, no matter if it's the supernatural or the human world, and every kid deserves to know who their parents are. No matter how much she despises Great-red, Ophis wants nothing but the best for her little hatchling. She let out a large sigh as she looked up to Great-red and said, very well, we will raise our hatchling together. It was very hard for her to say those words, however you will take this role very seriously. So that will mean you will have to stop all your crazy antics and be there for the boy whenever he needs it. If, due to your actions, something happens to him, I swear to you, she gave him a fierce glare as her aura surrounded her once more, you will regret it. For the very first time in his existence, Great-red felt fear as a chill went down his spine when she said those words. It reminded of an old saying the humans once said, helleth no fury like a mother's scorn, and boy were they right. So this is what fear feels like. Ha 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 ha. This is very interesting indeed. I wonder how our life will change from here on now. This boy will change history as we know it. I can't wait to see what you will do, my son. Thought Great-red as his body shined in a bright crimson light and out came a tall man with a muscular build possessing blood-red hair, wearing a red coat with black jeans. I understand. He flew towards Ophis and looked at the baby who slept peacefully in Ophis' arms. I have to admit, he is adorable, he thought, as he poked him a bit with his finger, which caused the boy body to rustle a bit. The boy in his sleep suddenly muttered Mama, Papa, as both dragon gods got very flustered and amazed that the boy could already speak as well and being recognized as parents. Ophis especially was incredibly happy that her son called him Mama. What will we name our little hatchling? Asked Great-red, leaving the decision up to her. Ophis thought long and hard and looked at her boy with a bright smile and said, we will name him Isiah. My sweet little Isiah. Elsewhere, has anyone found where Ophis is, yet? Shouted Shulba Beelzebub as he slammed his fist into the table. Around him were members of the old Mao faction that are now a part of Chaos Brigade. We could not find her, sir. We scoured everywhere but could not even detect a trace of her presence anywhere, answered one of his men, albeit frightened. Calm own Shulba, you are acting like a child, answered a buxom woman with light brown skin and caramel brown hair tied in a bun. She wore glasses and a black outfit that is not very decent for public interactions. She is right, Shulba. Ophis tends to disappear and reappear as she pleases. She will eventually return as she always does. Added another man who was near the woman. His clothes were black with dark red belts and even had a cape. He had black hair tied up to a small ponytail and had violet eyes. Shulba turned his head towards the two Kateria. Kriuzi, how could you not take this situation seriously? We need Ophis power in order to be able to take back the underworld from those fake Mao. As much as I loathe to admit it, Surzek and the other Mao's strength are too powerful for us to take on, and that is why we require Ophis power. She promised us power in exchange for our assistance, and yet now she completely disappears off the face of the planet. We cannot proceed with our plans without it. Shouted Shulba as he let out his aura a bit, showing his frustration at the situation. Kateria and Kriuzi both understood his concern. It was true that they required her power, however it hurt their pride as the original descendants of the four great Mao to even acknowledge that the current Mao's strength were beyond theirs. Ha, you might be outmatched considering the current Beelzebub is indeed a super devil, but that little bitch Seraphal is in no way superior to me, the original Leviathan, said Kateria with an air of confidence. Why you? Before Shulba and Kateria started a fight, Kriuzi got between them to try and defuse the situation. Now, let's not fight amongst each other and focus on the task ahead. Although unlikely that they are stronger than us, the fact is that the current Maos are indeed very strong, and our plans would proceed that much easier if we have Ophis power added to our own, so we should pool our resources together and find her as soon as possible and bring her back. Would that do, Shulba? Shulba looked at Kriuzi as his expression and aura calmed down. Very well. Let's make haste then. Men, scour every inch of this planet for her, but make sure your activities remain hidden from the three factions, beckoned Shulba as one of his men asked, should we enlist the aid of the other factions within Chaos Brigade? Bah, those weaklings are useless. Angels, humans, magicians are all worthless. We will use them if the need arises. Now go. His men disappeared via magic circles to begin their search. Soon, we will reclaim what is rightfully ours and claim this wretched world for our own, sneered Shulba as he had an evil grin on his face, followed by his fellow faction leaders. Dimensional gap. After deciding Isiah's name, they began to ponder, how would they raise him? It is safe to say that neither of them has had any experience raising a child in their lifetimes. However, they would take it one step at a time and make adjustments as it goes. 4 years later, we see Isiah flying about in the dimensional gap with his father, as Great-red is teaching him how to use his wings. Meanwhile, Ophis is seen reading a manual that she picked from the human world on how to raise kids, although it was hard to follow what humans did considering they are dragons, so from time to time she sneaked into the dragon territory in the underworld, ruled by Tannin, the former dragon king, to see how the families raised their younglings. Flashback to her surprise, although they were different races, they were very similar to how humans raised their young, albeit there are differences such as teaching them how to fly, breathe fire, control their powers and other dragon-related things. However, she saw them helping them learn to walk, talk, playing with them whenever they could, and also let them play and socialize with other hatchlings, just like how humans take their kids to parks and they play with one another. She even saw some dragons teaching their kids proper manners and etiquette that might be useful in the future. Others are teaching their kids how to fight as dragons. Seeing the younglings play together made her think in terms of fundamental lessons. Great-red and I can teach him well, however what will we do in terms of social relations? Ophis has spent most of her life in solitude and hasn't really had any interactions with many people. The few have only been the members of Chaos Brigade that joined her, but they weren't really social interactions, just business. Except for Valley, who conversed with her from time to time, there hasn't been much exposure to people. I'll talk to Red about it and see what he thinks. /end of flashback. Ophis watched Isiah attempting to fly using his 4 wings. At first, he staggered and you could see him pout, which she found very cute, but after a few attempts he managed to succeed and is now flying alongside his father. Although, to her dismay, he started performing a few stunts reminding her of Great-red, but after seeing his happy expression, she decided to let things go. Still, for a small child, he learned things pretty quickly. At only 4 years old, he is able to speak pretty well and absorbs everything they teach him very fast. They are both extremely proud of his progress, as would any parent their kid. He was also really powerful, which comes at no surprise being the child of 2 supreme dragons. However, a few days after his birth, they realized that his power was way too strong for his body to handle, and if something was not done, the boy would have been extinguished by his own power. So Great-red conjured multiple levels of seals that sealed most of Isiah's power. They agreed that they would teach him over time how to control his strength, and as he becomes stronger, the seals will be released one at a time until he masters his powers and takes his rightful place as the 3rd dragon god in existence. Ophis was sure that in time he would surpass her and eventually Great-red. Despite most of his power sealed, he still possesses much strength within him, being stronger than a high-class devil but not yet at ultimate class, which for a 4-year-old hatchling is very strong. "Daddy, wait for me," breathed heavily Isiah as he tried to catch up to his father. "You are going too fast." Great-red looked over his shoulder to see a panted Isiah as he slowed down, waiting until Isiah caught up. "Oh, sorry, Isiah. Still, you are making great progress for a 4-year-old hatchling. It shows you possess great untapped potential. Isn't that right, Ophis?" Isiah looked back to see his mother coming, so he flew straight at her and hugged her. "Mommy." With a warm smile, Ophis reciprocated the hug and she held him close to her chest. "Hi Isiah, I see you are learning to fly properly. As expected from my son. I am so very proud of you," stated Isiah as she kissed his forehead. Isiah giggled a bit because it tickled him when his mother did this. "As your father said, you hold great potential inside of you waiting to be unlocked, and eventually when you learn to master yourself and your power, I have no doubt you will eventually surpass us," stated Ophis with absolute confidence. Isiah was very happy when she said that. "You really think so, Mom?" Will I be as strong as you? Will I be as awesome as Daddy? He said with sparkling eyes which caused Ophis to laugh a bit. Yes, Isiah, although I don't think cool is the right word to describe your father. Hey, I heard that! Shouted Great-red. Isiah laughed and soon started yawning, showing how tired he was. He was practicing very hard, so it was only natural. Untapped potential or not, he is still 4 years old and requires sleep. Ophis saw this and started singing a lullaby she heard in the human world, and slowly Isiah closing his eyes until he went to sleep. Good night, my little Isiah, said Ophis as she looked at Great-red, and he conjured a bed for Isiah to sleep in. After safely tucking him in, she turned to Great-red. Have you thought about the conversation we had previously? Yes, and I do have a proposal if you are willing to hear it, stated Great-red. Go ahead. Well, the only way for him to develop his social skills is to be able to mingle with other kids his age, so I propose moving in the human world and let him play with kids his age, proposed Red. Wouldn't he be better off mingling with other dragon hatchlings? Humans are different than dragons. I considered that fact and could ask Tanin. However, if we show up in the underworld, there is a good chance someone may notice us, and that will lead to Isiah's reveal to the supernatural world, and I would like to keep him a secret until he is ready to take care of himself. You speak as if I would let anything happen to my little Isiah. She let out her aura a bit, not too much to not wake up Isiah. I would eliminate anyone who dares harm even a single hair on my precious Isiah, explained Ophis. So would I. However, he is a dragon and eventually will take flight to start his own journey. No dragon likes to feel restraint, not even by his parents. We will nurture and protect him until he reaches maturity, and when he is ready to leave us, we will watch over him as he grows to become a splendid dragon god, stated Great-red as he looked up as if in thought. For a second, Ophis felt admiration towards Great-red which she could not believe. Despite being an idiot, you sometimes say smart things, said Ophis with a smile. I have my moments, grinned Great-red as he didn't care that she called him Baker Red anymore. So have you pondered on my idea, or do you require more time? Ophis thought about it and answered, I find your idea plausible. However, even though it is the human world, there is still a chance for Isiah to be revealed to the supernatural world. His draconic aura might invite enemies towards him, and I'm scared to take that chance. This is probably the first time she has ever felt fear for something in her life, as her body shook at the mere thought of Isiah getting hurt. I just don't want anything bad to happen to him. If something were to happen to him, I don't know what I'd do, stated Ophis as a few drops of tears come out from her. So many new emotions that she didn't even know she could have are coming out to the surface, and she doesn't know how to deal with it. Great-red was flabbergasted. Never would he have imagined seeing Ophis display such pure emotions. He thought about how he should calm her, to which an idea popped up, but it might result in him getting his ass whooped. Here goes nothing, hopefully I survive the onslaught, thought Great-red as he came close to her and suddenly hugged her. Ophis looked straight at him, confused and angry at the same time. What do you think you are? Before she could finish, he interrupted her. What you are feeling right now is very normal, Ophis. You are overprotective of Isiah, as any mother would when considering the safety of their hatchling. But you shouldn't worry so much, he said in a calm voice as Great-red wiped her tears off her eyes. As I told you before, we will ensure that he is well protected and nurtured every step of the way. No matter what problems may occur, I'm pretty confident we will get through it and protect Isiah from whatever danger may happen. With a grin he adds, after all, we aren't the two most powerful beings in the universe for nothing. After his speech, Ophis redirects her gaze downwards and removes herself from his grasp. Oh crap, I may have overdone it, thought Great-red as he believed Ophis to be mad at him for embracing her. She turned around as her back is facing him. I'll only say this once, so make sure you listen. As Great-red prepared himself for a thrashing, she said thank you in a low and flustered voice, although not low enough for Great-red to not understand what she said. That was honestly something he didn't expect, but he was at least relieved he wasn't going to get beaten up. You're welcome, he replied. Ophis wiped away the remaining of her tears and faced Great-red once again. When should we prepare to move to the human world? Asked Ophis. I believe around the time Isiah reaches 5 years old. That will give me enough time to make preparations and pick a suitable location to live in, answered Great-red. Very well, go ahead. With a nod of his head, Great-red teleported via his own magic circle to begin his search. Ophis looked at Isiah's sleeping form and decided to sleep near him even though she does not require it. She placed herself near Isiah and feeling his mother near him caused Isiah to move a bit and instinctually went to hug her. Although, since he is small, he was simply hugging her arm. Seeing this, Ophis smiled brightly at him as she brought him closer to her chest and soon drifted off to sleep. Unknown to her, a bit farther lay a bat-like familiar that was looking over them, and then it teleported out of the dimensional gap. At last, after all these years, we finally found her. Shulba-sama and the others will be pleased to hear the news, said the owner of the bat familiar. Who do you think is that kid sleeping near her? It seems to be very important to Ophis, asked another servant. Who knows? We will let the leaders decide what to do. For now, we must let them know this information as soon as possible. Shulba-sama is already pissed at us for taking so long to find her. Anymore, and it could have been our heads. Everyone else nodded and teleported to their headquarters. At the old Satan faction headquarters, the group headed to the council group where other leaders are located. Shulba-sama, Kateria-sama, Kryuzi-sama, we have finally succeeded in locating Ophis, said one of the servants. About time you found her. It's been over 4 years since she disappeared. Why has it taken you fools so long to find her? Shouted Shulba. Shaken with fear, the servant shuddered because she was located in the last place we thought to look. Where would that be? Asked Kateria. In the dimensional gap. As the servant displayed a projection of Ophis and Isiah. Why, in Satan's name, did it take you idiots 4 freaking years to look into the dimensional gap? Roared Shulba as his aura leaked out from him. He was clearly not in a good mood. It's because Great-red is living in there, and since Ophis despises him, we believed she wouldn't set foot in there until Great-red is removed, said the servant, trembling and scared for his life. Even though Shulba wanted to end this fool's life, he could not refute their reasoning considering the fact that Ophis gathered them specifically for that purpose. He somewhat calmed down after a moment and said, very well. Now dismiss. They bowed and left the room as quickly as possible, leaving behind the leaders who were conversing with each other. This is troubling news. If she is in the dimensional gap, does that mean that she managed to defeat Great-red by herself? And if so, it would mean that she would not be willing to give us her powers anymore, stated Kryuzi as Shulba immediately refuted him. I highly doubt that, simply due to the fact that if her strength alone was sufficient, she would have never created the Chaos Brigade and would have simply engaged him long ago. Then, what of Great-red? Has he taken residence somewhere else? Because there is no way Ophis would share the dimension gap with him, queried Kryuzi. I don't know, and the truth is I don't really care at this point. Our primary concern was locating Ophis' location, and now that we have found her, we must find a way to acquire her power once more. Our plans have been delayed for too long searching her, claimed Shulba. And how exactly are we going to achieve that? Through brute force. You know as well as I that it is stronger than us. The only reason it promised us power was to help it kill Great-red and return to the dimensional gap. Issei explained. I know, you idiot. There must be some way to force it to give us its power. Eventually, Issei noticed that Kateria was silent during their entire conversation and decided to ask Kateria, is everything okay? You are unusually silent. I've been examining the image left behind by the servants while you two have been uselessly bickering. Shulba twitched at that while Issei simply continued to listen. Now that I have both your attention, didn't any of you notice something amiss about that image? Both of them took the time to examine the image once more and quickly noticed what she meant. Who in blazes is that kid? A new recruit perhaps? What aid can a mere child offer in a battle against Great-red? Exclaimed Shulba. Giggled Kateria, you two aren't looking carefully. The boy is much more precious to her than a mere recruit. Just look at Ophis' expression. Responded Kateria as she pointed at the image of Ophis. Shulba immediately retorted, what in blazes are you saying, Kateria? Ophis doesn't possess any emo. As both looked at Ophis' face, they became astounded as she expressed a pure smile. Now, they were shocked beyond belief. Ophis displayed a smile of pure happiness while embracing the boy. What the hell, they both thought. It is impossible for Ophis, a being born from nothingness, to be able to display any kind of emotions, and yet the image before them disproves that. No words came out of their mouth as they contemplated the oddity before them as Kateria continued to hypothesize a theory. The way she acts with that boy appears to be how a mother would with their son. Shulba practically jumped out of his seat as he shouted, what bullshit are you spewing now? The Ouroboros has no son that anyone knows about. Then do you have any theory about Ophis' situation right now? In all our time in Chaos Brigade, have you ever seen it react like this towards us? At best, all I've seen close to a smile was a small smirk it had when speaking to the White Dragon Emperor. If you have an idea, then I'm all ears, she asked. As much as he wanted to refute her, she was right. He had no suggestions to counter her, nor could he think of anything that could explain this anomaly. Anyways, why not look at this as an opportunity, she continued. What do you mean by that? Asked Issei. She looked at the two of them forming a small smirk. Weren't you two talking about how to get Ophis to give us its power? The answer is right in front of us. As she pointed at the kid. Whether it's its child, spawn or ally, we can deduce that he is an existence who is extremely important to it. So, if say, we manage to kidnap him and use him as a hostage, we'll be able to use him as leverage for Ophis to give us its powers. Shulba agreed with her view, however Issei has a different opinion on the matter. Your idea is plausible, if not for the simple fact that we are dealing with the Ouroboros dragon. If, as you claim, the boy is important to it, the moment we try something Ophis will annihilate us. Which is why we must be extremely careful with how to deal with this. It will take some time, but if we plan things correctly, we will be able to negotiate with it and claim Ophis power for our purposes. Unless, you guys have a better idea on how to persuade it to give us its powers, stated Kateria. Both of the team leaders could not think of anything. After a brief period of thinking, Shulba let out a sigh and said, very well, we will go with your suggestion, Kateria. We will send our men to spy on them and report every detail to us so we can thoroughly plan our next move. In the end, we require its power, so we will use whatever means necessary to attain it. Do we have a backup plan should this not work? Asked a worried Kryuzi. If worst comes to worst, we might have to ask him for aid, however that will only be as a last resort. Stated Shulba, as both other leaders understood what he meant. They could only hope that their plan will work. Assemble our best infiltration and concealment team and let them know of their mission. Yes. Both stated as they teleported via their magic circles. Back in the dimensional gap, Isiah is now 5 years and he is currently breathing fire out of his mouth. When he first saw his father and even his mother do it, he was amazed by how cool they looked, and so he decided he wanted to do it as well. He is a dragon after all, and what is a dragon without the ability to breathe fire? However, it was not as easy as it looked. He tried to focus power in the pits of his stomach, and when he breathed out he could only get a small burst of flames. He had tried many attempts at this, but they all ended in failure. He made a cute pouting face whenever things didn't go his way, which Ophis found absolutely adorable. She went to him, and when he saw her, he came running towards her and asked her with puppy eyes, "Mom, what am I doing wrong? I tried and tried, but I can't seem to make it work like you and Dad showed me," pouted Isiah. She smiled and answered, "Do not worry, my little Isiah, it takes time and practice to be able to do it, and I know you will eventually get the hang of it. In fact, you were able to breathe out a small amount of flames, which is incredible at your age." "Really?" asked Isiah. Ophis patted his head yes. At that moment, Ophis saw Great-red teleporting back in. "Why don't you continue playing while I talk with your father?" said Ophis. With a nod of his head and a wave towards his father, which he reciprocated, Isiah went back to doing his thing while Ophis went to talk with Great-red. "How's everything going on your end?" "All preparations have been made. The place we are going to inhabit is located in Japan, called Kyo. From what I can tell, that place is the territory of the Grimoire Devil's family. In my opinion, it is the perfect place to raise Isiah, because not only will we be able to remain hidden, but, from what I could tell, not many beings have the guts to incur the wrath of the Grimoire family, specifically the Super Devil Surzex Lucifer. I have acquired us a house, and just to be sure no one recognizes us, we will conceal our presence and aura so that no supernatural beings can locate us," stated Great-red as he reverted to his human form. Ophis nodded as she placed her hand on her chin and asked, "Are you sure it's a good idea to reside in Devil territory? They have many conflicts with the other Christian factions, which could lead to us getting indirectly involved. Wouldn't it have been better to live in a city where only humans reside?" She was worried that being in a city with supernatural beings would cause Isiah to be revealed that much sooner than she wanted. His safety is her top priority at the moment. Great-red, sensing her distress, replied, "At first, I also thought about living in a human region without any supernatural beings, but there are several issues pertaining that. Although we can conceal our presence completely from outside forces, Isiah is still too young to master that ability, therefore, his draconic presence might leak from time to time, and in a place devoid of supernatural entities will be sensed by other factions, which could lead to them sending people to investigate the unknown presence. On top of that, in today's era, dragons, especially powerful ones, are feared by all factions, so in the worst case, gods and other forces may be sent to try and deal with us forcefully. Granted, with our combined might, we could easily deal with any puny gods that come our way, but our son might be caught in the crossfire, which is something I really don't even want to think about. That is why I chose a location that is controlled by the devils. Since they control the territory, other factions would not be able to intervene even if they were able to sense us. We would only have to deal with evading devil sentries, which by placing barriers around our place would do. We will use the devil's influence over this place to hide ourselves in plain sight until our little Isiah is strong enough to protect himself. Ophis was very impressed by Great-red at the moment. She never pegged him as an intellectual type of dragon due to his constant laid-back attitude, and so she let out a small laugh. "What's so funny?" Great-red asked, a bit ticked that she was laughing at him. "Oh, it's nothing really. Just I never imagined you being this smart." "It seems Baker-red is no longer Baker," said Ophis, to which Great-red just stated, "I was never dumb to begin with. You and I are both entities that have been born way before any gods roamed the world and therefore have the intelligence to back it up. I was just never serious about anything in my time in the dimensional gap. I simply wanted to roam free, but now." He paused and looks at Isiah flying about and trying to shoot out fire. "I have a reason to take things seriously," he said in a firm and decisive tone. "You are right," she replied as she too stared at Isiah. Great-red, wanting to get back on track, continued, "So, are you okay with moving to Kyo, or would you like to keep searching?" To tell the truth, Ophis really did not want to move anywhere. She wanted to keep Isiah in the dimensional gap where she knew he would be safe from any harm, but she also knew it would be detrimental to his upbringing. Anyway, sooner or later, Isiah will get curious enough to go visit the human world and may get himself into trouble without them knowing, which is something she wants to avoid desperately. After careful amount of consideration, she yielded and told Red, "I'm all right with it. No matter where we go, there will always be risks that come along with it. All we can do is limit them as much as we can." She sighed as she looked to Isiah. Isiah, having heard his mom calling him, he flew over near her. "Yes, Mom," he said, with a big smile on his face and his tail swigging like a puppy. His hair was a bit messy, his wings a bit charred due to all the practice he's been doing, but Ophis does not mind it at all. It just makes him look that much cuter. She bent down to be able to look at him at eye level and told him in a sweet tone, "We are going to be moving today to the human world. The reason being that it has come to our attention that it would do you some good to socialize and play around with kids your age instead of being secluded here in the dimensional gap. You will get to meet new people, make friends, experience things we cannot teach you, and much more. Are you ready to leave?" explained Ophis. She secretly hoped that Isiah would not want to leave the dimensional gap and would be afraid to go to an unknown place, which is why she was incredibly surprised when Isiah shouted, "Really? Yahoo, let's go." Isiah was jumping up and down, showing how excited he is. Unknown to both Ophis and Great-red, Isiah had been secretly planning to visit the human world for some time. From time to time, ripples in the dimensional gap would appear, and through them Isiah caught a glimpse of the outside world, ranging from seeing kids play in the park to even seeing devils and angels go about their business. Saying that this didn't captivate his attention would be a lie. Ophis' earlier concern was actually spot on. He became curious about the outside world and all the wonders it may contain, and therefore was planning to somehow sneak away. Luckily, he doesn't have to do that now, since his mom just told him they would be living there, which got him very excited at the revelation. Ophis nodded and brought Isiah to Great-red as he prepared the teleportation magic circle to take them to their new home. Ophis looks around and breathes a heavy sigh. "What's wrong?" asked Great-red. "I cannot believe that I am voluntarily leaving the dimensional gap so soon after I came back, much less with you of all things. The silence I craved so heavily is being given up so easily, yet, unexpectedly, I don't feel bad about it," she said, looking at Isiah. Great-red simply replied, "Well, I cannot believe I will be raising a family together with you, but it seems fate had a different goal in mind for us." He looks at Isiah, all the problems and issues that will eventually arise is something my previous self would never, in a million years, have taken. Yet honestly, I can safely say I wouldn't have it any other way, with a big grin on his face. Ophis lightly blushed at what he said but quickly suppressed it, thinking, was I just flustered by what he said? No, this is Baker-red. The magic circle is ready. Are you ready? Asked Great-red, unaware of the inner turmoil Ophis just had. She quickly shook herself back to reality and just nodded her head, signaling that she is ready. The three of them got teleported to the front of their new house. Surprisingly, the house wasn't anything grandiose. It was a normal two-story terrace house with a light blue exterior, a balcony on the second floor, and a brown roof. The first floor includes a living room and kitchen, while the second floor has 3 bedrooms with bathrooms. Considering Great-red's personality, Ophis thought he would get them an extravagant house, but since Great-red did not want to attract attention to them from both the human and supernatural side, he got them a normal house. This is the place we will be living in for a long time. Do you like it, Isiah? Before he could answer his father, he bolted inside the house as his excitement was through the roof. Well, that answers that. Both dragon gods giggled at his own comment. As they were going in, Ophis noticed a few barriers surrounding the house, understanding that they were used to keep unwanted people away and keep them hidden, as well as for Isiah's protection should they need it. Being the Ouroboros dragon god, she could feel the devil presences in the town as well as a few fallen angels. Although too weak to pose a threat to them, she would rather avoid any unnecessary conflicts that may arise from coming into contact with them. She notices in front of the door a sign that says Hiauda and looks puzzled at Great-red, who understood what she was getting at and told her. I've given us the family name Hiauda while we reside here in order to keep up appearances. To the outside world, the Hiauda family resides here. Ophis acknowledged with a nod that she understood what he said. Now their new lives will begin today, and not even she knows what the future may bring. Isiah, at the moment, was extremely excited. Why shouldn't he be? This is the place he caught a glimpse of in the dimensional gap and has, since then, piqued his curiosity. He could not wait to go outside and explore the wonders of the world. Unlike most kids his age who are very timid and shy, he is very outgoing and willing to try new things. He wanted to go visit the park he saw back then and hopefully play with other kids. His parents did explain to him that he needed to be very careful due to his origins and the fact that he had to keep his race a secret, as humans will be absolutely terrified of him should they find out he was a dragon. He had to be cautious that he doesn't accidentally sprout his wings out or breathes fire out of his mouth. He promised his parents that he would be very careful and make sure to keep out of trouble, otherwise they would not let him play outside. After getting accommodated to the new house, Isiah immediately bolted towards the nearest park, and luckily for him was not very far. Ophis, worried about his safety, wanted to immediately follow him but was quickly stopped by Great-red, who waved his head side to side, telling her that they should allow Isiah to live his own life on his own terms without their intervention. Ophis argued back that he is too young to take care of herself, but was reprimanded by Great-red when he reminded her that he was a dragon and many dragon parents allow their young the freedom to do as they want, to give them a sense of individuality and sometimes responsibility. He goes to tell her that she worries too much and that should anything happen, they could quickly intervene to help him as they can sense him anywhere he goes. After constant back and forth bickering, Ophis reluctantly agreed to let Isiah do what he want, for the moment, but made sure to tell Great-red that if anything were to happen to her little Isiah, he would understand the meaning of the term hell on earth. A drop of sweat could be seen on Great-red's face when she said that, but he nodded nonetheless, thinking, I hope you'll be okay, Isiah, or I might really end up dying today. Isiah POV, I quickly ran out of our house in search of the playground, also known as a park. I've seen only glimpses of back in the gap. I remember seeing that place surrounded with many different kids my age playing amongst themselves, having fun. I hope that they will let me play with them and, hopefully, I'll be able to make friends. After a while, he finally made his way to the park, and the place was exactly as amazing as he saw it back in the dimensional gap. No, it was even better because he was able to see it with his very own eyes, in person. He saw kids playing tag together, kids swinging on swings, playing ball and many other things. It made him really impatient at the thought of being able to try new things he couldn't even dream of back home in the gap. He was grateful to his parents for trying their best to raise and protect him by themselves. He loves them both very much and would do anything for them, but secretly, he longed to be able to see the outside world and, as previously mentioned, was about to sneak away from the gap and into the human world. However, that was in the past, and now his parents allowed him to play outside, which he will now take full advantage of. He first approached the group of kids playing tag, and when he got close, they all stopped to look at him. Hello, my name is Isiah. He greeted them with a wave of his hand, expecting them to interact with one another. Unfortunately, the response he got was something rather unexpected. Instead of replying, all the kids slowly back away from him, not even bothering to answer him or even talk to him. Isiah thought it odd but decided not to pursue and instead tried going to play with a different group. Regrettably, the same outcome occurred with every other group of kids. No one wanted anything to do with him. Isiah did not understand what was going on. Why was everyone avoiding me? Did I do something to offend them? He pondered a bit and believed that maybe all of them were nervous at a new kid suddenly appearing out of nowhere. They were probably a bit spooked by his appearance, which would make sense as kids are taught to not trust strangers. So, instead of becoming depressed, he left for home, intending on trying again the next day where he might have better luck. He is a brave and cheery person for a 5-year-old child. Sadly, reality is a cruel and fickle thing. For the following week, Isiah attempted to interact with other children, but time and time again, to his sorrow, they either continued to avoid him or straight up ignored him. To make matters worse, sometimes, even parents took their kids away from Isiah. As this continued, Isiah's heart slowly broke. He could not understand why everyone was treating him like a plague, a nuisance. A sniff could be heard from Isiah as he wandered back home with a teardrop falling from his face. Why won't anyone play with me? What did I do? Isiah asked himself as he started crying, looking at the ball he's currently holding. He did not understand why everyone was so afraid of him, as if he were a monster. Furthermore, if that weren't bad enough, many simply ignored his presence completely, as if they wanted nothing to do with him. Even though Isiah is a dragon god, he is still only a child, and to be alienated and treated horribly by everyone around him only hurt his feelings deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the reason everyone kept fearing and avoiding him is due to one simple fact. It was something that every dragon possesses, and that is aura. Every dragon, whether high or low class, has something that differentiates them with other dragons and other species in general, and that being the manifestation of their aura. It is basically the nucleus of every living dragon for them to use their powers, and with age and experience their aura would manage to gain certain properties that would help them grow at an alarming pace even amongst their own kind. For instance, the two heavenly dragons Drake and Albion. When Drake awoke his aura, the trait he received was of domination. That's when he gained his first ability related to his aura of domination, which were his flames capable of annihilating even gods, reducing them to ash. The same for Albion, who gained the trait of supremacy, which gave birth to his venom ability that had the same lethal potential as Drake's flames. Even Ophis and Great-red have auras symbolizing their concept. Ophis's aura being infinite, symbolizing the infinity of nothingness, while Great-red aura represents the illusion of dreams. Isiah is no different, being the son of not one but two dragon gods and essentially being born of both auras meshing together. His aura awoke the moment he was born. Even though his parents are able to completely conceal their parents and auras from others, Isiah does not, due to him being too young to know how to do so. Therefore, to supernatural beings he would be seen as a powerful individual, but to humans, his aura gives a frightening feeling and they could only view him as a monster, much to his dismay. As he continued walking, he passed by a staircase that led to a shrine above. For reasons unknown, Isiah climbed the stairs and headed to the shrine. Once he reached the entrance, he spotted someone cleaning the entryway just a few meters ahead of him. It would be an encounter that would change his life entirely. It was a young girl around his age or possibly 1 year older than him. When he saw her, he was mesmerized by her appearance. She had black raven hair tied in a bun that went till her shoulders, was dressed in a traditional Miko outfit, but what drew his attention were her beautiful violet eyes. Isiah was so enthralled that he did not realize that he was slowly making his way towards her until he accidentally stepped on a branch that snapped as he stepped on it. His instinct quickly kicked in as he hid behind a nearby tree, but not before the girl managed to catch a glimpse of him doing the act. "Hello, who is it?" she asked, approaching towards his general vicinity. Inside, Isiah was panicking. Should he reveal and introduce himself, since she already knows he is here? He wanted to, but the second he was about to step out from behind the tree, he froze as flashbacks of all the previous encounters he had with other children assaulted his mind, and now he was scared that she too would be afraid of him and most likely run away. For a moment, he did not know what to do, but with a quick glance, he saw that she would find him either way. Therefore, with stiff movements, he slowly came out of his hiding place as he made eye contact with the girl. Up close, she looked even prettier than she did when looking from afar. They stared at each other for a moment, and Isiah recognized that the girl was a bit startled by him. He panicked, thinking it was going to be same situation all over again. He looked at the ball in his hands and decided to take a final chance. Should he fail, he will give up and seclude himself in his home with his parents. If he was going to continue experience this misery, then he would rather not live in such a world. In a panicked voice he asked while showing her his ball. "Hello, I'm Isiah. Would you like to play with me MMME?" He staggered his speech, looking at the ground beneath him, out of nervousness, which is reasonable considering what he went through. On the other hand, the girl was very surprised by his demeanor. She did feel a bit afraid from his aura, but when she saw him stagger, she found him to be very cute and giggled a bit. "Hello, I'm Akeno. I'm Jima. It's nice to meet you and I would love to play with you," she answered with a sweet smile. Isiah was extremely shocked at her answer. He honestly expected her to shy away from him like everyone else, but instead she agreed to play with him and is even looking at him straight in the eye. To him, it felt like an incredible weight has been lifted from his shoulders as he looked her in the eye with a big smile on his face. "Hi, thank you so much Fufu, you're funny. Let's play since you brought a ball," she said. They both started playing in the entryway of the shrine, considering how big it was. Isiah was currently extremely content that he finally had someone to play with him, and he hoped she would become his first friend in this world. As they were playing, suddenly a strong presence made itself known right behind Isiah. His instincts screamed at him that he was in danger. He looked behind him to find a middle-aged, gruff-looking man with black hair, matching beard and had a muscular body. What grabbed his attention were the 10 black wings that were located on his back. "Akeno, get away from him." "Who are you, boy?" demanded Barakiel, father of Akeno. He had recently come home from a mission only to find his daughter playing with a boy around her age. At first, he was very happy for her since there were very few instances, if not any at all, that she was able to step outside the safety of her home and play like any kid her age should. Both his wife and him were very concerned for her upbringing. Still, Barakiel had many enemies and the last thing that he wanted was for them to know about his family's existence and place their safety in peril. Even Shuri's family would no doubt want to get rid of Akeno for being part fallen angel. Therefore, they had no choice but to keep her safe in the shrine as much as possible. So, to see her play without a care in the world brought a smile to his face. Regrettably, that did not last very long. When he looked at the boy, he felt a tremendous power radiating from him. It wasn't stronger than him, but coming from what seems to be a 5-year-old boy raised alarm bells in his head. He quickly switched to his protective father mode as he became extremely worried for Akeno's safety. Being a fallen angel Kada, in his long line of work, he has seen and faced many different beings, and there exists yokai demons that can shapeshift forms to attract children. Even worse still, this could potentially be a ploy from one of his many enemies that managed to discover the location of his family. Although, a small part of his mind disagreed with those thoughts, first, due to the fact that his aura felt raw and primal, more powerful than any yokai could ever hope to achieve, and second, if his enemies really did find his family, they would have sent an entire battalion to deal with him and not some elaborate scheme like this. Either way, it did not change what he had to do. He would eliminate any threat to his family, no matter who or what they were. Isiah looked up at Barakiel, his body trembling from the hostility sent towards him. My name is Isiah and I don't mean to cause any harm. I was only playing with Akeno," answered Isiah to Barakiel, trying to quell his anger towards him. He could sense that he was way stronger than him and could get rid of him quite easily if the being in front of him wanted to. Akeno, seeing this, quickly came to his defense. "San, Isiah and I were simply playing with one another. He isn't trying to hurt me. He is a sweet boy and a new friend of mine," said Akeno, firmly looking at Isiah when she said her last statement with a smile. Isiah felt happiness overwhelm him, not only because she came to his defense but mostly because she called him her friend. Something he desperately wanted to achieve the past week. "Thank you," he quietly murmured to himself, as well as blushing a bit, not knowing that Akeno saw and heard him making her blush a bit when she saw his expression. "He's so cute," she thought to herself. Seeing this interaction caused Barakiel's wrath to slowly evaporate. Although his guard wasn't down, he could clearly see that he may have overreacted on the poor boy. In addition, seeing his daughter blush at the young boy made him giggle a little, as he believed that Akeno may have discovered her first crush. Before he could apologize to Isiah for his behavior, he sensed an overwhelming powerful presence phasing into existence right in front of them. Black aura in the shape of snakes suddenly began materializing, and from it emerged an angry Ophis who witnessed the events transpire. Unbeknownst to Isiah, she had been secretly following him during the past week to make sure he was safe, and what she saw absolutely infuriated her. She witnessed many kids and even adults ostracize Isiah for being different. No one wanted him nearby, and this caused Isiah to become depressed. She could see it in his expression even though he tried so hard to hide it from her and Great-red. However, both understood that something happened, so Ophis immediately decided to trail him the following days, with Great-red warning her not to get involved too much, otherwise it wouldn't be good for his growth, and also to prevent other forces from discovering their presence in the city. What right did any of these pathetic humans have to treat her little Isiah this way? They should be grateful that their children would have the privilege of playing with her son, and yet they dare to treat him this way. It took every ounce of willpower she had to not erase them from existence then and there. Even worse was the sad expression Isiah made after every failed encounter, which had torn her heart, something she always believed she never had, asunder when she saw him. She wanted to run and embrace him in a warm and loving hug, telling him that everything would be all right, but knowing that Isiah was trying his hardest not to worry them and kept on trying again and again, kept her from acting. She was extremely proud of his unyielding resolve to succeed. That is a quality that very few possess, especially at only 5 years old. Yet, now this pathetic fallen angel was attempting to kill her son. The very thought of her son dying sent a shiver down her spine. At the same time, an all-consuming anger erupted from her being, which was directed at Barakiel. Luckily, throughout the years, she managed to learn how to control her powers, so it is only aimed at the people she wants to target rather than having everyone able to sense her infinite aura. In the past, it didn't matter to her whether people detected her presence or not, as she was infinite and no one, save for Great-red and one other, could even put a dent on her. But now, she had a son to worry about, and the last thing she wanted was to attract attention towards themselves and risk Isiah getting caught in the crossfire. Barakiel, on the other hand, was on full alert at the moment. He instantly knew who the being in front of him was, and his face carried an expression of fear, knowing that in front of him was the infinite dragon god, Ophis. He was currently pondering what he should do. Should he call for reinforcements? No, even the entire fallen angel faction combined would not be able to put a dent on her. She was the most powerful being in the world for a reason. It would only lead to his faction's extinction, something that needed to be avoided at all costs. After evaluating his options, he could not think of any way to deal with the current situation. Nevertheless, behind him was his family, and he would give his life to at least give them a chance to run away. Determined to keep Ophis away from them, he was about to engage her when suddenly a small figure stood between them. With his 4 draconic wings spread out as well as his arms spread out, Isiah placed himself in between his mother and Akeno's dad in order to hopefully spare him from her wrath. He knew of his mother's overprotectiveness of him and was very grateful that she loved him so. However, if he didn't do something, she would send Akeno's dad into oblivion, which would make Akeno very sad. He has finally found somebody who did not shun him as if he were a monster, and more particularly had actually called him her friend, something he desperately wanted since arriving in this town. "Mom, please wait," he said, looking straight at his mother. Both parties were surprised by his actions. Barakiel was surprised that the boy was willing to protect him despite the fact that he was ready to kill him moments ago. But what shocked him the most was the words that came out of Isiah's mouth. Did he just say Mom? As far as we know, the Ouroboros dragon has never had a child. Is he perhaps a new member of her group that Azazel has been talking about? What is going here, thought Barakiel to himself as he tried to evaluate the situation further. According to Azazel, Ophis has never been interested in anything other than to attain silence, so the thought of her having a son and taking care of a family was very impractical. However, Azazel also mentioned that Ophis had completely disappeared off the face of the world around 5 years ago, which is about the age of the young boy in front of him. No one knows what happened to it, Yet everyone was secretly happy they didn't need to deal with it, so they all let it be except for a few leaders such as Azazel and Sirzek. Ophis did not understand why her son stood in between her and that bird. If she was rational, she would have taken the time to think about it, but currently she was in a state of rage. This feeble fallen angel dared to raise his hand against her own son, and that was inexcusable. Isiah, please get out of the way. That little vermin dared to raise his hand against you, my own son, and I will not tolerate it. I will erase him from existence, Ophis said, looking at Barakiel, who flinched at her infuriated gaze. However, Isiah would not budge. No, Mom, Akeno's father did nothing wrong. He was only trying to protect his daughter from harm, just as you would for me. So please don't do this. If you do, I will hate you. Isiah retorted. It was extremely difficult to utter that last part because he sincerely loves his mother, but he did not want her to kill his first friend father, as it would make her sad. Ophis, on the other hand, was extremely devastated at his last remark. If there was one thing she truly feared in this world, was for her little Isiah to start resenting her. She did not want that at all. Her enraged state was replaced with a bitter state as her aura slowly dissipated. Everyone became silent when two new voices were heard. What is going on here? What is going on here? The first voice came from a beautiful woman who resembled an older version of Akeno. She had long raven hair tied by a ponytail and was garbed in a Miko outfit. She was Akeno's mother and the wife of Barakiel. She had sensed the tension outside her house and came out to make sure everything was all right. She came out to see Barakiel with his wings spread out and holy lightning coming out from him, facing off against a gorgeous woman who by definition would be the epitome of beauty. In between them was a child who seems to be trying to stop the engagement, and Akeno, who is worriedly looking at them from the side. She did not understand what was going on and would have to ask her husband to clarify the situation for her. The second entity that came was none other than Great-red. Having sensed Ophis' power from his new home, he knew that something had gone horribly wrong and immediately teleported to where Ophis was to try and mitigate the situation before she does anything crazy, as well as check if Isiah was all right. He arrives to see the same situation as Shuri, although in his mind, he was impressed by his son to have managed to stand up to his mother. I'm proud of you, my son, he thought, showing a small grin on his face. It seems that Isiah managed to solve the issue without any bloodshed for now. Still, he now needed to understand the situation and would talk with Ophis to see just what happened. Mom-Dad was heard simultaneously from Akeno and Isiah respectively. As both dragged their respective family apart, they started questioning them on the events that previously transpired. Shuri and Barakiel. After Barakiel explained to his wife what happened, he got slapped in the face, which surprised him greatly. Even worse was the look of anger that his wife directed at him. Of course, she would react like that. You threatened to hurt her child. As a mother, I completely understand her feelings on the matter. I would have reacted the same way had our daughter been in the same situation, so this incident is indeed your fault. As a parent yourself, what possessed you to attempt to strike at another person's child? Said Shuri as she hammered Barakiel with her words. Barakiel, in turn, answered B. But I was only trying to protect our daughter from danger. Despite being a child, his aura and power are almost equivalent to my own, and I thought that he had malicious intentions towards Akeno. Shuri looked at him with doubt clearly displayed on her face. Are you referring to that sweet child who stood in between you and his own mother to protect you from her wrath? Furthermore, suppose you were right and he turns out to have been evil, did you not think of the consequences should you had engaged in battle with him? Akeno would have been caught in the crossfire of your fight. Aren't you supposed to be a leader of your faction? Please think before you act. Barakiel was shocked at her answer because he knew she was right. Had he been more rational and calmer, he could have handled the situation a lot better. Yet, he let his emotions get the better of him and acted rashly. His mood took a big dive as he looked down on the floor. Shuri, seeing that, took his hand and smiled at him, saying, "Let us offer our sincere apologies for the incident and hope that it is enough." Barakiel nodded as they made their way towards the dragon gods. Great-red and Ophis, while Akeno's parents had their little meeting, Great-red and Ophis were having a discussion of their own. "What were you thinking letting your power out like that? Have you forgotten that we are trying to lay low as to avoid detection by the other factions?" yelled Great-red at Ophis. Arguing with her was the last thing he wanted at the moment, but if he needs to do it in order to get his point across, then so be it. They both agreed that they would keep a low profile while living in the human world in order to ensure the safety of their son, yet, here she is flaunting her power. They were truly lucky that this time it was only felt by him and Akeno's family, otherwise every other faction would come here to investigate. That is a hassle that he does not want to deal with at the present moment. Ophis explained the situation to him, believing that her actions were justifiable. Great-red sighed after she finished and continued talking, yet in a more relaxed manner. "I understand what is going on now, however, you did not need to flaunt your power like that. We are very lucky that your aura was too abrupt to be felt by any faction safe for me. Did you not think of the consequences that could have arisen from your actions? We are trying to remain hidden to ensure not only Isiah's safety but to be able to raise him without any sort of unwanted intervention. Also, didn't you promise that you would not intervene in Isiah's affairs? This is his life too." Ophis interrupted Great-red, exclaiming, "You wouldn't understand how I felt, Baker-red. I followed him for the past week and saw how everyone treated our son, leaving him in a depressed state every time he came back home. Don't you dare start talking to me when you weren't there to." Before she could finish that sentence, she sensed Great-red aura spike as his expression turned into one of fury, directed at her no less. "Wouldn't he understand? I understand more than you know, Ophis. Have you forgotten what I represent? I'm the Dragon of Dreams, and every day I got to see Isiah's dream that was filled with nothing but pain and sadness from his encounters. It utterly devastated my heart knowing what Isiah was going through, and, like you, I wanted nothing more than to exterminate those vile humans for treating my son this way, so don't you dare, for a moment, think I don't understand." This is probably the first time that Ophis was ever really afraid of Great-red. Never had she seen him this serious and furious at the same time. Yet, the reason I do not intervene is because not only was Isiah determined to keep on trying, but he also tried his best not to make us worry about him. If I intervened, not only would this be an insult to his resolve, but it would make Isiah feel like a failure for making us worried. This is an obstacle that he must face. Young he may be, but he is a dragon, and dragons do not back down from a challenge. Also, from what you told me, he seems to have been able to make his first friend until you showed up and threatened to kill her father. It's no wonder he told you that last remark." Great-red noticed that Barakiel and Shuri were slowly making their way towards them and figured this was as good a time as any to try and rectify this situation. "All right, it seems the parents of Isiah's friend are coming over. Let's see if we can resolve this situation. If worst comes to worse, I'll use my powers to wipe out their memory of their encounter with us." Secretly, Great-red was hoping he would not need to utilize this last resort, as it would also mean that Isiah would lose his first friend, which would cause him to be hated by him, and he really didn't want that. Both couples were now at speaking distance, and Shuri decided to start off the conversion. Hello, my name is Shuri Imkawa. I am the mother of Akeno and wife to Barakiel. I heard of the commotion that has occurred here, and I would like to offer you our sincere apologies for how it was handled. My husband should not have raised his hand against your child. As a mother, I understand that Ophis' reaction was reasonable, as a child's safety is a mother's #1 priority. I know my husband only did what he did out of concern of the safety of our daughter, but I believe he could have handled it differently, so I would like to make amends and offer a due apology on our behalf. Shuri bowed to show her sincerity and looked at Barakiel to do the same, which he did. As my wife mentioned, I am truly sorry for the way I behaved and for having threatened your son. I pray that you could forgive me. Barakiel said as he also gave a slight bow, hoping that this would resolve the situation, since he knew that conflict would only lead to their demise against Ophis. Please raise your heads. Both of them lifted their heads as Great-red continued. I heard from Ophis the details of this incident, and while I am troubled by the fact that my son was nearly hurt, I do believe that things could have been resolved more smoothly if both of them had been calm and rational, so I can let things slide. In addition, I can tell that you both are genuinely sorry for the events that transpired, so we will accept your apologies. Both of them became relieved knowing their apology was accepted, while Ophis was giving a stern look as he basically indirectly called her stupid, which he ignored to her ire. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I forgot to ask your name, Shuri asked. Before answering, Great-red took a moment to think about it. Should he reveal his identity to them? Should he tell the truth or bend it a bit? After careful consideration, he decided that he would give them the benefit of the doubt and give them the truth. They already met Ophis, so revealing his identity won't really matter. If things go wrong, as he stated earlier, he would use his powers to modify their memories. Although he would still warn them to keep everything a secret, if not, then he would have no alternative than to do what must be done to keep Isiah safe. I will tell you my name, but you must promise me that you will not only keep it a secret between us, but also everything that happened during the earlier incident from anyone. He told them, giving them a serious glare showing he means business. Both were a bit confused at the statement, nevertheless, as an expression of goodwill and the fact they owed them an apology, they would concede this to him. Barakiel, although a bit distraught that he would need to lie to Azazel and his friends, also agreed. He was bewildered why the dragon in front of him wanted to keep his identity a secret, since nothing was more shocking than meeting Ophis and learning she has a kid. Still, they looked at each other and nodded. We promise you that we will keep your identities a secret from our respective families and superiors unless you give us permission. Is that all right? Barakiel answered for the both of them. Great-red nodded, showing his approval. Indeed it is. Very well, then allow me to introduce myself. I am the Apocalypse Dragon, the true God Emperor Dragon, but you can call me Great-red. He answered with his 4 wings sprouting from his back. He could have simply told them his name, but he is proud of his title as any other dragon would be. On the other hand, to say that Shuri and Barakiel were both shocked would be an understatement. They were blown away by the revelation. Even Shuri knew of Great-red through Barakiel. Barakiel's mind was going a million miles per hour trying to understand the situation. Never, in his wildest dreams, did he ever think he would meet with the strongest existence face to face. It was unthinkable due to 2 reasons. 1. According to Azazel, Great-red is a dragon that swims freely across the dimensional gap and never really interacts with other worlds, which is why he isn't deemed as a threat to any factions. 2. And this is probably the biggest reason, is that Great-red should be Officer's mortal enemy as stated by Azazel, and yet here he is standing side by side with her, casually engaging in conversation and not at each other's throats. In fact, if he didn't know better, they were almost acting like a couple. It was then that he was struck with a sudden realization. When he first appeared in the commotion, he could swear he heard the boy shout "Dad," and if that's true then... "Oh no, what have I done?" Barakiel thought to himself. If he wasn't scared before, then he certainly was now. In fact, he is absolutely terrified right now. If what he thought of was correct, then that would mean that not only had he tried to harm the son of the infinite dragon god but also of the apocalypse dragon. If he earned the wrath of both dragon gods, then there really is no hope for him. Just one of them can destroy the world many times over, but both combined he stuttered to even think about it. He prayed to the deceased god, something he hasn't done in centuries, for his family to be safe from harm should things turn sour. Great-red, seeing Barakiel's expression, could guess what he was thinking and stated, "From your expression, I can tell that you are worried about your earlier transgression against my son. I would be lying if I said I wasn't angry at your actions against him, and if this were any other time I would certainly have eliminated you without a second thought." Barakiel shivered at his response, "But given our current circumstances and the fact that you were only trying to protect your child, something I recently understand, I let it go. Besides, I've already accepted your apology, and for Isiah's sake, I would rather not cause trouble with his first friend." Barakiel let out a big sigh of relief and once again bowed at Great-red. "Thank you very much for your kindness and forgiveness," he said. With a small wave of his hand, Great-red replied, "Don't mind it." Isiah and Akeno, while both of their respective parents were having a discussion among themselves, Akeno made her way towards Isiah and marveled at his wings. "So those are the wings of a dragon?" she asked. Isiah, confused, tilted his head a bit at her remark until he quickly realized what she meant. His 4 draconic wings were exposed and she got to see it. He became frightened at the thought that she would now back away from knowing that he wasn't human, but a monster. Although, contrary to his belief, she just smiled at him and said, "Wow, your wings are fascinating. They possess beautiful combination of crimson and black." Looking at his wings, Isiah, surprised, asked, "You're not afraid of me?" I thought you would be scared knowing I was monster," he solemnly said to Akeno with his head down. She simply approached him and karate chopped his head, and an oomph came out from him as he rubbed his head a bit. "You're silly, why would I be afraid of my friend?" she said, a bit annoyed that he thought so little of their friendship. Isiah could not believe it. Despite knowing what he is, she did not shy away from him and still called him his friend. He was stupefied. The answer he guessed was completely off the mark. Looking at the expression of relief in his face brought a smile to her face, and she decided to reveal her little secret. Although seeing that Isiah already met her father, he should probably know that she isn't entirely human either. She spread out her 2 fallen angel wings from her back. Isiah saw them and only one thing came to mind. "So pretty," he suddenly blurted out. Akeno's cheeks blushed red at the statement he made. "Ah, really?" she asked, knowing this was the first time a boy complimented her and she liked it. "Can I touch them?" he asked with sparkling eyes, as he had never seen fallen angel wings before. Akeno nodded and Isiah quickly began to feel them, not knowing that Akeno was slightly blushing since fallen angel wings are very sensitive. "Amazing, they are so soft and fluffy in addition to being beautiful," he said, speaking honestly from the heart, which, again, made Akeno blush red at the compliments he gave. She then glanced at his wings and decided to also feel them. She was very curious, considering that it is the first time she has ever met or even seen a dragon. "Yufufu," your wings are big and strong yet gentle to the touch. The wings of a dragon indeed look splendid. She smiled at him when she said that, which made him blush as well. Why didn't you tell me you were a dragon? She asked him. I was just afraid that you would be scared of me knowing what I am. I guess it was unfounded. He replied, scratching the back of his head. But seriously, thank you for accepting me as your friend. You have no idea how much that means to me. He continued, looking at her straight in the eyes to show how serious he was, with a big grin on his face, to which Akeno again blushed a bit and replied, no problem, as I told you before, you are my friend and that won't change no matter what race you belong to. Isiah's heart was extremely relieved when he told her that. It felt as if a huge burden was lifted off of his shoulders, and he could not express how deeply thankful he is to Akeno for it. A small silence permeated after she said that, both not knowing what to say until Akeno broke the silence. So, do you want to continue playing? I have no idea how long our parents will keep talking to each other, she asked him, and Isiah nodded, signaling that he agrees, as they continued playing together. Back with the parents, after a long arduous argument and many apologies being said, Shuri decided to break the ice, so to say. How about we continue our discussion inside? I was previously making tea and I would happy if you could join us while the kids are playing together. Thinking a bit on her offer, Great-red accepted her offer and told them that he needed to talk to Ophis for a bit and then they would join them inside. Barakiel and Shuri both nodded and went inside, letting the two dragon gods to talk amongst themselves. Great-red could tell that Ophis was still irritated over the previous events that transpired, so he wanted to try and calm her down as much as possible. Look, the fallen angel Barakiel already apologized for the earlier incident against Isiah, so how about you lay it to rest, forgive them, and take this chance to get to know them better? He asked her, trying his best to reason with her. Ophis, in response, glared at him angrily, replying, how do you expect me to forgive him after he nearly harmed our son? Seeing how stubborn she was, Great-red decided to try a different approach. Okay, you know what, fine, he said as Ophis raised her eyebrow a bit, trying to understand what he meant. He just continued on, you can do whatever you want. If you really can't forgive them for their actions, then go ahead and do whatever you feel is right. I will not stop you if you wish to get rid of them, or, as I previously mentioned, we can erase their memories and put all of this behind us. However, look over there. She paused as he pointed towards Isiah. He waited until Ophis turned around and looked towards their son and then continued, no, if you do this, then it will take away the small amount of happiness that Isiah managed to earn during his stay here. Do you have the heart to this? Like I said, I will adhere to any choice you make. Great-red finished, letting Ophis to slowly take in his words. At first, Ophis, still infuriated, was hell-bent on dealing with the fallen angel. Circumstances or not, no one gets away with threatening the life of her son. That was the promise she made to herself when she left the dimensional gap. Nevertheless, after gazing at her son having fun with Akeno, she slowly began to calm down, letting Great-red's words sink in. Would she be able to do this knowing the effect it would have on Isiah? As she was debating with herself, she suddenly remembered something Isiah told her back when he was defending Barakiel. Please don't do this, if you do I will hate you. The mere thought of Isiah hating her sent her emotions spiraling out of control. I can't let what that insolent being almost did to my little Isiah go unpunished, but I don't want Isiah to resent me. What do I do? She thought to herself. Never in her life had she ever encountered such trouble since, as the Ouroboros dragon god, no sane being ever messed with her, but now it seems the enemy is herself. Internally, she is stuck between two sides. Should she follow through with her promise or discard it for Isiah? How ironic that she threatened Great-red to put Isiah's well-being and happiness above all else, including his crazy antics, and yet, here he was thinking only about Isiah's happiness while she is placing her pride above Isiah. What cruel irony! In the end she exhaled a sigh of defeat looking back at Great-red. You are right. I still don't think I can forgive him for what he has done, but for our son's happiness, I will at least try to get along with them. At this, Great-red gave out a cheeky grin, although decided not to tease her about it since he knew how hard it was for her to admit that he was right. Very well. Let's not keep them waiting any longer then, he said as he dragged her inside the shrine where they saw Shuri preparing the table with tea and a few refreshments. When Shuri saw them walk in, she graced them with a smile and kindly invited them to come and join them. Please make yourself at home. I am almost done preparing tea and there are a few cupcakes on the table. You are welcome to take some if you'd like. At the mention of sweets, Ophis immediately bolted towards the table in the blink of an eye, and before anyone even noticed she was already munching on one. It took everything in Great-red's willpower to not just let go and laugh at the scene before him. Well, I guess that's one way to calm her down, he thought to himself as he took a seat next to her. He wouldn't admit it to her, but he found her action to be extremely cute. I didn't know you liked sweets that much, teased Great-red, now sporting a grin. Ophis blushed a bit, which she tried to quickly hide as she answered, "Oh shut up, Baker-red." Great-red, amused with her reaction, sported a small giggle which Ophis noticed, but before she could reprimand him, Shuri came back with freshly prepared mint tea and began to serve both of them. In addition, she brought out some sake for her husband and for her guests in case they wanted some as well, as she is not familiar with the type of drinks dragons would want. Ophis, being ticked off by Great-red's behavior, decided to sit at the other end of the table. Shuri let out a small giggle seeing her reaction, remembering that she used to do the same thing whenever her husband did something she didn't like, but it was often to tease him as his expressions were priceless. Plus, she got to administer her own punishment whenever Barakiel tried to make up with her. She then decided to join her and try to get to know her better. Seeing that Ophis was not interested in starting a conversation, she would have to break the ice between them. I take it, that is how he usually behaves, she asked curiously. Ophis turned around, still annoyed by Great-red, and answered, "Unfortunately." Seeing that she managed to start a conversation, Shuri poured tea for both them until Ophis looked at the other bottle next to the tea and got curious what it was. "What drink is that?" as she pointed towards the bottle near the tea. Shuri took the bottle and answered, "This is sake that my husband drinks. He usually drinks it whenever we have guests or to sometimes help alleviate his mood whenever he gets depressed or agitated." Ophis, being a bit naive, took that statement quite literally and decided to try some since she was not in a very good mood at the present moment. After a few drinks of sake, she literally started pouring out her pent-up feelings about Great-red. "The dimensional gap was my home long before he ever knew it existed, and yet he simply waltzes in and starts living there. He is extremely noisy, performing all his crazy maneuvers, and when I told to get of my house, he just shrugs me off saying that there is enough space for both us. The nerve of him. What an annoying, obnoxious, noisy, loathsome." As Ophis kept slinging insult after insult about Great-red letting everything out in the open, Shuri found her reactions to be absolutely adorable. It seems even a dragon god has worries just like any other living being. Even worse, it seems my little Isiah is slowly being corrupted by him. I saw him teach him do some of his annoying stunts back home. I cannot allow Isiah to end up like that idiot. Ophis exclaimed. "Yufufu, in that case, why don't you punish him a bit? Isn't it a wife's duty to discipline her husband whenever he does something stupid? Give him a good smack in the head to let him know how you feel," answered Shuri, letting a small grin appear on her face. "You know what, you are right, I'm going to give him a piece of mind," stated Ophis. You could tell that she was a bit drunk as she just casually ignored the fact that she was called Great-red's wife, something that would have made her enraged a few months ago. Shuri simply giggled a bit as she followed Ophis towards their husbands. "How's it like living in the dimensional gap?" asked Barakiel as he took a sip of his sake. "It's an amazing place that grants me the freedom to do whatever I please," answered Great-red as he remembered swimming unhindered throughout the dimensional gap while performing as many awesome moves he could think of. "Ah, those were the days." "Oh, anything interest happen?" questioned Barakiel. Great-red pondered on the thought. Other than Ophis constantly bugging me to get out of the dimensional gap, I don't think. Wait, I do remember one thing." Flashback: in the dimensional gap, a 20-meter tall purple dragon came up to Great-red. "Great-red, my name is Tanin the Blaze Meteor Dragon. I have recently been appointed the title of Dragon King and I challenge you to a duel." Said dragon, revealed to be Tanin, after his declaration immediately started to assault Great-red with his renowned flame that took the shape of a meteor easily bigger than Tanin. The attack hit Great-red, causing an explosion. However, out of that attack came Great-red virtually unscathed as he continued to fly across the dimensional gap, seemingly having brushed aside Tanin's attack. To say that Tanin was shocked would be an understatement. He knew that Great-red was the strongest dragon in existence, which is why he wanted to test his power against him, to see his limits. Yet, he could not believe that his full power couldn't even make Great-red notice him, let alone scratch him. What a monster of unparalleled strength, completely ignorant of Tanin's inner turmoil. Only one thing was going on in Great-red's mind. Did I hit something? Doesn't matter, should I try a back roll this time? He was pondering what crazy stunt to perform next. Flashback: end. Not sure if I bumped into something, but I do not believe anything of value has occurred to me. Although that was the past, and now my actions are aligned with a single goal, and that is to give my son Isiah the best life possible. Great-red gave a genuine smile while thinking of his son. Barakiel, understanding what he meant, responded with a smile of his own. "I understand. My family is the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I will do anything to ensure their happiness." Looking at Shuri, who was busy making conversation with Ophis. "Although sometimes I fear that my strength will not be enough to protect them from harm," he said as his face showed a gloomy expression, raising his brow. "From what I can tell, you have doing a good job so far." "Why doubt that now?" questioned Great-red. "It's not that simple. Throughout my life, I have made many enemies who would go to great lengths to harm me if given the chance. If, by some chance, they found out about my family, I dread to think of the horrors they would do to them. My greatest fear is that one day, I am unable to protect them and they pay the price for my mistakes." Barakiel shivered at the thought. "If you do not believe that your strength is enough to defend them, then why not move them to your organization Grigory? I'm sure that perverted fallen Azazel would help you since you are allies." "I have considered that. However, my wife and I did not want Akeno to live her life closed off from the outside. She should be able to grow up like a normal child, making friends, going to school, and I do not want to deprive her of a childhood. In addition, according to Azazel, there are traitors inside Grigory, so if anything, they would be placed into even more danger. I cannot let them get caught in the crossfire, so we opted to living here, in the shrine, away from prying eyes," Barakiel explained to Great-red. Great-red did understand a bit where Barakiel was coming from. The only reason him and Ophis moved to the human world was to give Isiah a somewhat normal social life, and they keep themselves hidden in order to not attract attention towards them, since, however unlikely, they did not want Isiah to get hurt. I see. For what it is worth, I think you are doing a great job at protecting your family. So my advice to you would be to continue doing the best you can, and everything should be all right. After all, no one knows what the future may hold or what is in store for us, not even me. Therefore, the future you describe might not even come to pass, so don't worry too much about it. Barakiel was a bit taken aback by Great-red's wisdom, as he recalled how Azazel once described him as, which made him giggle a bit. He, you really are a lot different than the simple-minded dragon Azazel described you to be, he said in a low voice. However, with his enhanced hearing, Great-red managed to pick it up. Oh, did he now? He thought to himself as he flashed a bit of his power with a grin on his face, with no one the wiser. In the Griggery, Azazel was conveniently taking a nap, when all of a sudden his dream turned into one of his worst nightmares, where his vice-governor Shemhazai as well as the other fallen angel leaders started destroying his laboratory and all his creation, labeling them as dangerous. Then, all of a sudden, both the Seraph Gabriel and Maal Seraphal appeared, both wearing evil grins, as they brought forth a special collection of books in front of Azazel, who realized that it was his pawn collection that he kept stashed away. Both activated a fire spell, and quickly Azazel understood what they were gonna do. No, Gabriel, Seraphal, please don't burn my treasure. I beg of you, have mercy. It all fell on deaf ears as they set ablaze his collection. Azazel would continue to have these nightmares over the following week, which he later dubbed the worst week of his entire existence, and for safety decided to add a variety of locks and spells to his treasure just to be very sure. Back to the shrine, Great-red internally laughed at the small prank he inflicted on Azazel. That's what you get for calling me simple-minded, you punk. Well, he was used to being called way worse names by Ophis in the past, but he will be damned if he allowed someone to mock him. Barakiel, noticing his absent-minded expression, asked, "Is something the matter?" To which Great-red quickly replied, "No, everything is all right." Anyways, where were we? Ah yes, if it would alleviate your worries a bit, how about I make a proposition? Should danger ever befall your family, give me a call and I will help you protect them. To say that Barakiel was shocked would be an understatement. Did the strongest dragon just offer to protect his family? Why would you stuttered Barakiel before Great-red raised his hand, thereby interrupting Barakiel's question as he continued, "I know what you were going to ask, and to tell you the truth, the primary and foremost reason I am doing this is for my son. Isiah has befriended your daughter, and if anything were to happen to you all, my son would be devastated, and that is something that both Ophis and I would want to avoid at any cost." Barakiel could not believe what he was hearing, and yet he could only have the briefest of hope that it was true. The Apocalypse Dragon was implying that he would help protecting his family. Even if it is in the interest of his son, which Barakiel could understand his reasoning, as he would do the same for his daughter, it would pretty much be the best protection his family would ever get. He could not even begin to describe how truly happy and grateful he was to the dragon, so he did what he could and bowed deeply to him. "I am eternally grateful for this. Truly, I would be in your debt if you were to help me protect my family," responded Barakiel. Great-red just motioned him to raise his head and answered, "Do not worry about it. Besides all of a sudden, someone hit him in the back of the head, thus ruining the current atmosphere, to which he around and saw that Ophis performed the act. "Hey, what the hell was that for?" he asked while rubbing the back of his head. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Ophis' cheeks were flushed and she was swaying a bit, meaning only one thing. Oh shit, is she drunk? I did not know it was even possible for a dragon god to get drunk, he thought to himself before Ophis interrupted his thoughts. That was for mocking me earlier and for all the crazy stuff you put me through. She then proceeded to hit him again. Hey, why did you hit me again? Demanded Great-red. Because I felt like it. He, she answered, now sporting a big grin on her face. Drunk or not, she felt great being able to smack him around. Great-red could tell she was actually happy. And he would probably never admit it, but he found her expression to be incredibly cute, as for the first time, he saw her as a beautiful woman. Barakiel, who saw their little episode, tried to restrain his laughter but eventually could not hold it back any longer. Ha 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 ha, you better get used to this, my friend. Unfortunately, that is one of the, shall we say, inconvenience of having a wife. He exclaimed. Ara, did you just say something I cannot ignore, my dear husband? It seems you are in need of a little punishment after this. Shuri exclaimed as she licked her lips in anticipation of her hidden activities with her husband. Barakiel, knowing what she meant by punishment, blushed a bit as he was looking forward to it. His wife is a very big sadist while he is a masochist, so in a way you could say they are indeed a perfect match. Yes. I mean me. Barakiel could not think of anything as his mind went blank, but, on the side, he could hear Great-red laughing at him this time around. Ophis just stared at her husband. Shuri has the right idea. Oh, what is this? You became friends already, I see. That was fast considering it is you we are talking about. Well, at least, she is a million times more tolerable than you, Ophis exclaimed as she pointed towards him. Great-red clutched his chest in mock pain. Oh, you wound me, Ophis. He joked. Ophis decided to go along with it and responded, well, it's about you felt pain for all that you have put me through. Everyone just laughed as they were all having a good time. Even Ophis had to admit to herself that she was enjoying the time spent with them despite the previous mishap. And so, they continued on talking to one another. A certain distance away, outside the shrine, the two children were playing random games that they were able to think of on the spot. At the moment, that game happens to be hide and seek. Currently Isiah was seeking and Akeno was hiding. 18, 19, 20. Ready or not, here I come. The games continued into a circle of distractions and jovial complaints as the two solidified their friendship. Over time, they had learned of each other's dislikes and likes, slowly building foundations of friendship over their simple talk. Both of them seemed to go on for hours, not even seeming a bit tired due to how much fun they were having in the company of one another. Eventually, when both started to get exhausted, mostly Akeno due to her human physiology, they decided to take a break while talking about their individual experiences. Isiah talked about his experience in the dimensional gap and even the small amount of training he did, spanning from learning to use his wings and even breathing fire. I say breathing fire, but it's just a small spark compared to my parents whose breath could engulf anything, brooded Isiah. Well, at least it is a start. My father told me he was going to train me to use my holy lightning powers when he feels I'm ready. Other than that, I've helped my mother cleaning around the shrine and attended school. Akeno responded. Is it fun going to school? Asked Isiah curiously. Akeno thought about it before answering. It's okay. I spend the day playing games with other kids. Sometimes they take us out to different places like the amusement park or even the zoo. Akeno continued to talk about all the different things she did in school, to which Isiah listened very intently. Did you make many friends? He asked. Although at the mention of friends, he became a bit depressed, recalling how every kid he met shunned him and wanted nothing to do with him. Akeno, not noticing his inner turmoil, simply answered his query. I guess I did. Everyone was really nice to me and we all played together, so I guess it does make us friends. But she stopped to look at Isiah and smiled. I think you would be my best friend, she said as Isiah became a bit flustered at the mention of it. Really? But why? We've only recently met and you spent a lot more time with them than me, he asked, clearly not understanding why she would consider someone she just recently met as her best friend. I guess it's because, with you, I can show you who I really am. My parents always told me that I could not reveal who I am to others, even though I do not understand why. Anyways, with you I don't need to hide my wings and can just be myself. Thank you, he answered as they continued enjoying their day. Eventually, evening came and it was time to return home. Ophis and Great-red came out to get Isiah and head home. Barakiel and Shuri followed them to say farewell and to get their own daughter. Isiah, it's time to go. Ophis called out to her son. Oh, already? Can't we stay for a bit more? Isiah pleaded with his mom, but she would not relent. Unfortunately not, Isiah. It is getting very late, so it is time to return home. Isiah started pouting at his mom's answer, to which everyone thought he looked absolutely adorable. Shuri stepped in. Yufufu, you know you can come by any time you want. We would be pleased to have you here and I'm sure Akeno would love to spend more time with you. She told Isiah, giving both him and Akeno a wink, to which they both blushed. Barakiel also added, yes, as my wife mentioned, we would be honored if you would come back. Despite starting off on the wrong foot, we had a great time today and we hope you did as well. Great-red followed by Ophis nodded, accepting what he said. Indeed, although at first I did not know what would happen, we had a marvelous time with you both and we hope to get along very well, Great-red said with a smile on his face, and he shook Barakiel's hand. At least, they offer better company than you, mocked Ophis, to which everyone started giggling at her joke. Before Great-red could defend himself, Isiah interrupted. Yes, this is so awesome. Thank you. Isiah started jumping up and down, clearly illustrating how happy he was that his time with his first friend is not over. Both parents couldn't help but giggle at Isiah's antics, making him look absolutely adorable. After calming down, he went over to Akeno to say his farewell. It looks like I have to go. I had an amazing time with you today, Akeno, and I hope we can spend more time together. Yes, I also had an amazing time with you and I hope you come visit soon. She responded as she gave him a hug, which he reciprocated. After separating, they all bid each other good night as Ophis, Great-red and Isiah returned home to rest. After they left, Shuri looked towards her daughter with a small grin. Oh my, it seems somebody has caught your fancy, Akeno, giving her a small wink, to which Akeno started blushing. Mom, it's not like that, we are just friends, she shouted, although a small part of her did not seem to agree with that thought. Both Shuri and Barakiel just laughed at their daughter's reaction as they too went back into their home as the curtain fell on yet another day. 2 years later, 2 years have gone by since then and their friendship became stronger than ever. In fact, they both developed a crush towards one another, yet were oblivious of each other's feelings, yet they were perfectly happy spending time with one another as much as possible. Their parents, however, were well aware of the feelings shared between them and were very happy for them. Ophis and Great-red could see the joy in Isiah's expression every time he spent time with Akeno. They wished for nothing more than Isiah's happiness and are ecstatic to see him growing up so well. The same could be said for Barakiel and Shuri. They were absolutely overjoyed that she found someone she could be herself with and not hide her identity. They could see the smile she gives him as well the few blushes she exudes whenever he compliments her over anything. Both parents could tell that each of them had a crush over the other, and it was only a matter of time before they got together. The biggest change that occurred during this time frame was that Ophis and Great-red have finally cemented their relationship as mates. Throughout the years, Great-red has seen so many new sides of Ophis that he never even dreamed even existed, and yet little by little, he started to fall in love with her. Ophis, on the other hand, saw that there is more to the apocalypse dragon than she had thought. Seeing him taking things seriously with Isiah, she slowly started gaining respect for the dragon and eventually stopped calling him an idiot. Eventually those feelings of respect grew into feelings of love. One day, Great-red gathered the courage and admitted his feelings for Ophis and was extremely surprised when she reciprocated them, which marked the beginning of their relationship as mates. Of course, to Isiah being so young, nothing really has changed since they were still his mother and father and didn't see any problems with it. Both of them found it hilarious when Shuri and Barakiel found out that they weren't married despite having a child. Nevertheless, that did not stop Shuri from suggesting that they hold a wedding for their union, even if it is just amongst themselves. Both dragons tried to argue with her that becoming mates is different than humans and there is no need for any ceremony. But, after her never-ending perseverance, they finally succumbed to her decision and decided to hold a small ceremony at the shrine amongst themselves, with Akeno being the flower girl while Isiah brought their rings. In the end, it was a special day and they thanked Shuri for organizing it, which she was very happy to do for her friends. Back to the present day, Isiah and Akeno were taking a trip to the zoo alongside Barakiel and Shuri to enjoy their day before they head back to the shrine where both families will have supper together. As they were looking around, Akeno told Isiah, "It's a shame your parents could not join us." Isiah smiled at her and replied, "Yeah, however that could not be helped. You remember what happened last time we all came together?" The last time they all visited the zoo, the moment both dragon gods entered the area, all animals immediately went and hid in their habitats. No one understood what had happened, but the animals were incredibly frightened by the very presence of both dragons, which caused their flight instincts to pick up and immediately retreated in their homes. He could still recall the funny outburst his dad had. Flashback: in front of the lion's den, his dad tried to get the lions to come out of hiding. "You are supposed to be the king of the jungle, yet you are all acting like a bunch of scaredy cats. Get the hell out of there and show some of that lion's pride, you pussy." In the background, all you could hear was the lion's frightened whimpers as Great-red kept insulting every animal to come out. Nonetheless, Isiah was very sad he could not see any animals, and his parents were sad that they were the cause of it. They told him that he should go another time with Akeno and her family without them so he could have a fun time. End of flashback. As Isiah was going down memory lanes, Akeno poked him, interrupting his thoughts and bringing him back to reality. "Let's go pet the baby bunnies in the pen, they are absolutely adorable." Without waiting for his approval, Akeno bolted towards the bunny pen, which made Isiah laugh at how excited she was. Looking back, he saw that even her parents were giggling at their daughter's excitement, taking pictures to commemorate the day. They even took pictures of Isiah in order to send them to his parents, as they could be here to enjoy the day with them. Making his way towards her, he saw her petting a few baby bunnies sporting a beautiful smile, which caused him to blush a bit. When he tried to pet the bunnies, however, he saw them jerk away from him as if frightened by his touch. Although saddened from this, he understood that from their perspective, he cannot be seen as anything else but a monster, which is something he cannot change no matter what. Akeno, seeing his grief, decided to try and help alleviate the issue. She suddenly grabbed his hand, greatly surprising Isiah, who turned to face her as if asking what's going on. She simply nodded, still wearing that comforting smile on her face as she slowly brought his hand towards the baby bunny she was petting. Seeing the same reaction occur, she gently caressed the bunny's head, trying to calm it down. "Don't worry, he isn't going to hurt you. Isiah is a gentle guy and would not do anything to harm you. There, there." Seeing the bunny calming down, she slowly brought it towards his palm. Isiah was very nervous, although appreciative of what Akeno was doing, thought that it would be a useless endeavor. The bunny started sniffing the palm of Isiah's hand as if trying to judge whether or not it was safe. Eventually, to Isiah's surprise, the bunny made his way towards Isiah's hand. Isiah was honestly blown away by what happened as he ever so gently petted the bunny, hoping not to scare it away. "There, you see, they just needed to see that you are a gentle person and they would no longer be afraid," Akeno told him. Isiah looked towards her with the brightest smile she had ever seen him possess. "Thank you so much, Akeno," he told her as she also gave him a smile. As they were gazing at one another, they heard some clicking sounds in the background. Click, click, click. They both turned around to see what was going on, only to see Shuri and Barakiel with smirks on their faces taking pictures of them. "Ara, it seems we interrupted our daughter's moment with Isiah. Please, don't mind us and keep going," Shuri told them, still keeping her smirk while winking at Akeno. Both Isiah and Akeno cheeks quickly turned crimson as Akeno shouted, "Mom!" Both parents just laughed at their daughter's reaction as they continued visiting all the different animals in the zoo. It was especially funny when Isiah started a random stare down with the Komodo dragon, which Barakiel took pictures of to send to his parents. When Akeno asked him why he was doing it, he answered that he didn't really know why, but felt that he would somehow lose if he was the first to look away. Eventually, their visit came to an end and it was time to go back to the shrine. Overall, Isiah had a wonderful time, which was shared by Akeno and her family, and he could not wait to tell his parents about it. Making their way towards the shrine, they met up with Great-red and Ophis, who surprisingly was dressed up for the occasion, wearing a beautiful black dress which made her look absolutely stunning, that Barakiel could not help but stare at her for a moment, which caused him to get a slap on the back of the head by his wife, who whispered in his ear, "I'll punish you later, you fufu," causing him a shiver down his spine in both fear and excitement. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. Shuri quickly began preparations for dinner with Barakiel helping her out. Seeing that it was going to take time before supper was ready, Ophis called out to the kids, "Isiah, why don't you take Akeno outside to play while we prepare dinner? Just be sure to be back in around 1 hour. Dinner should be ready by then." "Okay, Mom, where would you like to go, Akeno?" Isiah asked her home. "How about we go to the park? It has been a while since we went there," she answered him. Isiah nodded and they went on their way. Arriving at the park, they noticed that they were the only ones there, which is normal considering that no parents would let their kids out so late into the evening, but all this meant is that they had the entire playground for themselves. As they were playing, they started making idle conversation to pass the time. "I aced my last quiz in Japanese. My parents were so happy that they posted it on our fridge. It's a bit embarrassing how they over-exaggerate almost everything I do," she told him as she scratched the back of her head. "Wow, you are as smart as you are pretty," he said so innocently, not realizing the atomic blush it caused Akeno, who staggered in her response. "Thanks, Isiah." Recomposing herself, she continued, "How about you? Has anything interesting happened?" "Not really. My dad has been making me work out to enhance my physical strength even though I wanted to learn new skills. His tone turned into pouting as he continued, but Dad said that I am still way too young and my body is still too weak to be able to withstand the power sleeping within me. It's not fair. I wanted to be able to do cool moves that my parents can do. He started waving his hands, everything showing how frustrated he was, but all that did was make him look absolutely adorable to Akeno, who simply giggled. Ara, your reaction is absolutely adorable. Isiah emphasizing his name as she gave him a wink, causing his to blush this time but still managed to continue the conversation. Also, I did ask my parents if they would allow me to attend school so I could be able to experience what you do, but they are still reluctant for me to go. I think I can understand the reason they do not want you to go. They are scared that you will re-experience what happened in the past and they do not want you to feel hurt due to their actions, Akeno stated as Isiah remembered the past where everyone treated him like a plague, wanting nothing more to do with him, which did make him feel extremely sad. That is not something he wants to experience ever again, and yet. He looked towards Akeno and smiled at her. I'm very grateful to them for thinking about my well-being. But I am a dragon and I must keep moving forward. I cannot let my past define my future, so I will face any obstacle head-on, and besides, I have you as my best friend, which makes me very happy, so even if I cannot make any other friends or they avoid me, I am content with what I have, he told her with absolute certainty, once again causing Akeno's cheeks to turn crimson. All of a sudden, before she could properly answer him, Isiah's instincts suddenly warned him of danger as the sky suddenly turned purple and all presence of any humans apart from Akeno were gone. A barrier has been erected around them and he knew this could not be anything good. What is going on? Akeno asked worriedly. Akeno, get behind me and stay close to me. Akeno, understanding the severity of the situation, simply nodded and positioned herself behind him, although was still a bit frightened by the situation, which Isiah could not blame her for as he too was a bit scared. Then, from all around them, multiple people came out from the bushes and began surrounding both of them. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they were responsible for trapping them in this barrier. Isiah was trying his best to remain calm and analyze the present situation at hand. He tried to sense who these beings were as they did not feel like humans, but his question was answered when from their back spawned bat-like scaly wings, and this helped Isiah determine which species they were a part of. They were devils. Despite the desperate situation, Isiah was trying to find some way to help them escape this predicament they were in. With a bit of luck, he should be able to force his way out. Despite being a child himself and not having much training, he was the son of 2 dragon gods, therefore possesses a great deal of strength, rivaling even high-class devils according to his parents. However, this was only possible if he were by himself. Unlike him, Akeno was not taught much about her dormant powers yet by her parents and thus was not strong enough to deal with these enemies. At best, she might be able to deal fatal damage to any 2-winged devil due to their weakness to her holy lightning. However, her power does not currently possess the strength to deal with multiple enemies. Even worse was that he could see many 4-winged devils as well a few 6-winged devils, which does not bode well for them. As he was trying to formulate any plan of escape, one of the devils made his way towards them. His back displayed 8 wings, which would most likely make him the leader of this group of misfits. Greetings to you, spawn of Ophis. My name is Valper, pleasure to make your acquaintance. With a graceful bow, the leader of the devils, now known as Valper, introduced himself to Isiah. This only served to cause even greater unrest to Isiah. How do they know who I am, was the thought currently going through his mind. It was less the fact that they knew his name but rather that they knew that Ophis was his mother. As far as he knows, his parents did everything in their power to ensure that his existence was kept a secret from everyone. The only people that know of him are Akeno and her family, but other than them, it should have been impossible for anyone else, much less beings from the supernatural world, to know of his identity. He became very frightened, not only for his safety but also for Akeno's. He tried to contact his parents via magic as he was taught once, but, no matter what, he was not able to connect through. Even Akeno tried using her phone, but to no avail. Valpa, seeing what they were doing, interjected, "I'm afraid that your efforts are futile. The barrier surrounding us will prevent any form of communication with the outside world. We cannot let that mother of yours intervene with our plans now, can we? Now, I will offer this only once: surrender quietly and come with us. You are our priority target, and I would rather like to take in one piece, boy. What is it that you want?" He tried asking them to buy as much time as he could. "It is none of your business, boy, but let's just say that the Ouroboros dragon owes us something and we have come to collect it, with a little bit of help from you. So, last chance, surrender now or we will take you by force." Isiah understood that his indirect indication that they wanted to use him to get what they wanted from his mother, which angered him greatly. "I'll take your silent treatment as a no. Not very smart of you, but then again, what can you expect from a little brat?" He then began to issue orders to his subordinates' men: "Please teach our junior here the error of his ways and get rid of the fallen angel scum behind him." As the devils finished surrounding them, Isiah was evaluating his options. Isiah really wanted to change into his dragon form, as it would greatly increase his chances of winning, but unfortunately could not do so for two reasons. 1. His transformation, unlike his parents, requires time and concentration to perform, which will leave him vulnerable for the devils to dispatch him, and although his body is naturally tough thanks to being a dragon, he could not take the risk. The second reason being Akeno's safety. When he enters his dragon form, a massive shockwave of power erupts from his being, which would most certainly hurt, if not outright kill her, due to their proximity. Thus, he resolved himself to fight without entering his strongest state. However, it does not mean he is entirely helpless. With a bit of training, his mother and father taught him how to transform parts of his body into a dragon, and this he could do instantaneously after a lot of practice. His form slowly began to shift as his arms grew dark crimson scales and turned into claws. His legs went through the same metamorphosis and, from his back, spawned two large dragon wings. Finally, his eyes turned into slits, with his body leaking aura all around him, signaling that he was ready for battle. Normally, he would also grow a tail, however, due to a small mishap with his father, he seldom wishes to bring it out. During one of his physical training sessions with Great-red, his father took things a bit too far when Isiah dodged his strike only to grab his tail and literally bash him from side to side, thus, accidentally, giving Isiah a mental trauma regarding the use of his tail. Although this did prompt Ophis to give Great-red the biggest beatdown of his life he ever experienced. Anyways, although the chances of something like that occurring here is very small, he did not want to risk it. The more limbs he has to worry about, the less effective he will be able to concentrate in battle. A few of the devils, mainly the weaker one, were a bit frightened by the sight, but reminded themselves that they were still dealing with a child. One overeager devil wanted to get this over with and charged towards Isiah with a sword in hand. Before his superior could warn him, Isiah intercepted him with a burst of speed unheard of for a 7-year-old child and sent a haymaker towards the devil's stomach, breaking his ribs and causing him to spurt blood and spit as he was sent flying backwards, landing on another unfortunate devil and losing consciousness. Many were surprised by the power displayed by Isiah and became hesitant to attack after that, You fools, even if he is a child, do not forget that he is the spawn of a dragon god. Valpa stated. He then began to issue orders to everyone. Make sure not to attack him individually. As you've seen, he is still very strong despite being a child. The low-class devils should focus on supporting them whenever you can. We must not fail this mission. Understood? Yes sir. A collective shout was heard, and that was the signal for the start of the battle as two devils went to flank Isiah. One came from his left and the other from the right. Under normal circumstances, a battle of this magnitude would be impossible for Isiah. However, he possessed one advantage over his adversaries, and that is his natural-born instincts as a dragon. His father and mother had always told him to rely on his instincts in battle because it is what makes dragons truly fearsome to deal with. They have never lied to him to this day, so he will not start now, considering he is literally fighting for his life. Letting his instincts guide him, he dodged the first incoming attack by shifting to the side and using the momentum spun around to deliver a roundhouse kick to the devil's face, which instantaneously knocked him unconscious. He then unleashed a fire breath towards the other devil, reducing him to ash. Seeing this, several devils began shooting demonic projectiles trying to defeat him using long-range attacks. However, Issei used his wings to shield him as the projectiles hit him, leaving barely any scratches. While Isiah was focused on defending from the long-range assault, another devil tried to use this to his advantage to blindside him and attack him, only to be hit by a lightning bolt, stunning him, courtesy of Akeno. This gave enough time for Isiah to recognize the situation and immediately punched him, blasting him a far distance away. He looked over to Akeno to thank her. Thanks for the save, Akeno, he smiled to her. Anytime Isiah, she replied as she smiled back to him as both refocused on their enemies. Valpa was frustrated that this was taking way longer than it should have as he barked even more orders. What the hell are you all doing? Have you all forgotten that dragons are highly resistant to magic, so use them only to provide support while melee attackers get into position? I do not want to see any more screw, or I will personally deal with any incompetence. And someone get rid of that disgusting fallen angel. The battle resumed as the devil followed their orders. Although Valpa was an evil bastard, you could tell he was an experienced commander who was used to battle. The first wave of devils started charging at both of them. Isiah placed himself in front of Akeno to protect her, while she will try to provide as much support as she could with her holy powers. A devil takes flight to attack him from above as he dives towards him, while another stronger devil simultaneously attacks him with a burst of speed from the side, thrusting a demonic empowered fist towards Isiah. Surprised by the speed displayed, Isiah had no choice but to brace himself and cross his arms, taking the empowered strike with his body, making him slide a few feet away from his original position, showing how strong the strike was. Another devil shot a demonic beam towards Isiah, hoping to distract him from his ally assault, but the attack was intercepted by Akeno's holy lighting. With the beam dealt with, Isiah was able to quickly shift his focus to the incoming assault from above. Using his wings as a barrier, he was able to deflect the incoming attack to his side, causing an opening in the devil's defense and striking him to the ground. While Isiah was preoccupied, a few devils tried to bypass Isiah in order to strike Akeno, but even though her lighting was not strong, it was enough to delay them, while Isiah, having emerged from the assault unscathed, finished them off with either his fire or his physical strength. Multiple attackers soon launched themselves towards him. The first swung in a wide arc towards Isiah's right section, causing Isiah to dodge to his left where the other one was lying in wait, and quickly thrust his blade towards Isiah's chest, but in a remarkable display of acrobatics, was able to leap over him and, this time, flying into the air on his dragon wings, came sailing down, crashing the devil into the ground, causing a small crater to appear underneath him. All of a sudden, his instincts warned him of impending danger as he jumped from his spot in time to dodge a six-winged devil who almost managed to cleave him in half. While in the air, he launched his breath, killing a few supporters while managing to critically injure the six-winged devil. He landed on the ground only to find himself bombarded with more projectiles, causing him to focus on defense. Suddenly, in the brief opening caused by the devils, Valpa quickly attacked Isiah from his blind spot, which separated him from Akeno. Not even his instincts were fast enough to warn him in time as he landed a few feet away with his side bleeding a bit. Valpa smirked and taunted Isiah, although you possess the power of a dragon god, it is useless if you do not know how to utilize it in combat, so be a good boy and submit already and you will not get hurt much. He laughed a bit while multiple four-winged devils went forth to continue the assault on Isiah, not allowing him even a moment to breath. At that moment, he heard Akeno shriek, quickly turning his attention to her. Damn it, he silently cursed himself, for not realizing that he had been separated from Akeno, which was most likely Valpa's plan considering the big grin on his face. His worst fear is coming true. Without him bearing the brunt of the assaults, Akeno became vulnerable. She is simply not strong enough to deal with many enemies by herself. Her lighting might make the lesser devils worry, but the stronger ones would barely feel a thing, as shown by Valpa moments ago. Taking his shot, a two-winged devil shot a projectile towards her which luckily missed, hitting just in front of her but still caused her to fall backwards, which caused the shriek he heard before. Seeing her fall, the devil quickly drew his sword and charged towards her. Fortunately, she was able to react in time and gather her lighting and shot the devil, who could not dodge due to his charge and was hit point blank and reduced to ash. No sooner did he start breathing a sigh of relief that she was able to deal with the enemy, panic took hold of his heart as, to his despair, he noticed another devil attacking from Akeno's blind spot with a sword in hand ready to decapitate her head. Even worse, he still had to deal with multiple enemies coming towards him. He had to find a way to quickly get rid of them in order to be able to save Akeno. One of the assailants shot several projectiles towards him as the other two rushed him, aiming to take him down. Normally, he would simply dodge them, but since he was pressed for time, he decided to try something else. When the shots were about, he hit him. He used his wings to parry and redirect the shots back towards one of the attackers. It worked like a charm, as the attacker that got hit was killed and it also destabilized the other one that was charging him. He quickly took action as Isiah took the devil's arm and swung him over his shoulder towards the ranged attacker, stunning both of them for a moment, but that was all he really wanted. Using his momentum he gained from his movement, he launched himself towards Akeno, praying that he would make it in time. However, his natural instincts could tell of the inevitable conclusion he tried so very hard to deny. He knew that he wasn't going to make it to her in time. Everything starting appearing in slow motion as his mind tried to come up with any ideas to save Akeno. What do I do? What do I do? Something. Anything or Akeno-chan will die. Despair was setting in when he saw that he wasn't going to make it. Aki Anu, he screamed when all of a sudden, his body seemed to move at lightning speed and he suddenly found himself in back of Akeno, just as the devil was about to decapitate her. He did not know how he got here, but he had no time to question this miracle as he crossed his wings to shield him and Akeno from the blow. When the sword hit, it snapped into pieces, not being able to pierce through his thick scales. How did he? Was all the devil managed to say before Isiah, taking advantage of his blunder, struck a blow sending him soaring towards a tree, saving Akeno in the process, who looked behind her just in time to notice him save her. Thank you, Isiah. She said. No problem. Just try to be careful of your surroundings, he said, to which she nodded. Isiah noticed that she was starting to breathe heavily, signaling how tired she was becoming, which makes sense since unlike him who possessed an immense amount of energy, she had never really experienced any type of extreme training, much less a fight, so the situation was getting worse for them both. Eventually, even he will run out of stamina and they will become easy picking for the devils. The previous ability he used, although unknown, used quite a bit of stamina to use. He tried to call out whatever power he used to save Akeno, but it didn't work, so he thought it might have been a one-time thing. "Well now, you are just full of surprises, aren't you?" Valpa exclaimed, not fully understanding how the little runt managed to intercept the attack. It seemed as though he teleported, but it did not appear that way. Anyways, he needed to finish this as soon as possible, otherwise Beelzebub would have his head. He already lost several devils to mere children, which is something that will greatly displease Shulba, so he had to make his objective a success or suffer his wrath. "It seems I will have to deal with this myself." Making his decision, Valpa stormed towards Isiah, who noticed him and, this time, was ready to intercept him. Isiah and Valpa started to exchange blows with one another. Although Valpa had more battle experience than Isiah, his instincts were able to aid him in dodging the devil's blows. Unfortunately, there are times that Valpa's blows do hit Isiah, as although his instincts can keep up with his enemy, his body has yet to develop to match his instincts. Still, his defenses managed to reduce the damage dealt by Valpa whenever he landed a hit thanks to his scales. The natural tough defense of a dragon's body is very helpful. Isiah rushed forwards and sent a right hook towards Valpa's face, but, seeing the attack coming, Valpa simply swayed his body back a bit to dodge the attack. Isiah realized too late the mistake he made, because now his attack left him vulnerable, as Valpa took full advantage of and counter-attacked him with a punch enhanced with demonic energy straight to the face, prompting a cry of pain from Isiah as blood trickled down his lips while sending him flying across the field. Thankfully, he utilized his wings to regain his balance and managed to land right beside Akeno, who used her lightning to dispatch a two-winged devil who got too close. He also blocked a demonic shot that was aimed at her by crossing his arm and taking the hit for her, although it did nothing but scratch him. "Are you okay, Akeno?" he asked her without looking at her, always keeping his eyes on the enemy without dropping his guard, especially Valpa. "Well now, it seems you are incredibly persistent. Despite being a child, you have managed to deal quite a hefty amount of damage here, even dispatching some of the lower-level devils. In the future, you would have become quite a menace. Yet, you are really starting to drive my patience, you little brat. In fact, this has gone on for long enough. Originally, we were planning to retrieve you in one piece, but so long as you are alive, our objective will be met, so it is time to end this." Valpa started forming sphere of demonic energy between his hands. Isiah could tell that he was gathering an immense amount of demonic energy. Normally, an attack like this would kill a child such as yourself, but your natural defenses will keep you alive, although barely, which is more than I can say for that fallen angel behind you. This is the end, as he shot a demonic blast towards them. Isiah quickly got in front of Akeno and gathered as much power as he could in the bits of his stomach and launched his very own dragon's roar as an orange wave of fire burst forth. Both attacks collided in the center and started pushing against one another, trying to dominate the other. The stalemate did not last long, as Valpa's attack was slowly pushing back Isiah's attack. Isiah tried to output more power into his attack, yet it seemed to me his current limit. His mind recalled his earlier training with his parents. Flashback: Isiah was practicing in the dimensional gap with his father to utilize his breath attack. He gathered as much power as possible in the center of his stomach and then expelled the flame outwards. Unfortunately, the results were unsatisfactory for Isiah. While his dad praised him to be able to generate a roar that could annihilate any four-winged devil / fallen angel or angel, especially for a youngling of only 7 years of age, Isiah felt his attack lacking, as it did not give the impact he saw his parents' breath do. "What am I doing wrong, Dad? I'm doing exactly as you told me, yet my own power is not doing what I wanted." He started complaining to his dad, which he found absolutely adorable. He and Ophis really enjoy whenever Isiah holds a temper tantrum, although they would never tell him that, so he simply chuckled at his son's display. "I want to be as cool and strong as you guys in order to make you proud," Isiah said. "I understand, Isiah, but what you are talking about is more along the lines of motivation. You must find something worth treasuring with your entire being. Dragons are beings of fearsome might, especially when protecting that which they hold dear. It can be literally anything, my son. For Tannin, it is the preservation of the dragon's race. For the heavenly dragons Drake and Albion, it was their rivalry to one another. For Fafnir, it is the collection of treasures he collected over the centuries. Hell, even a lust for battle as seen with the evil dragons, are the source of their almighty strength. Each one of them have something that they would dedicate their entire being to. You just need to figure out what it is. Your mother and I cannot help you in that regard. This is your journey, your life, and will be up to you to figure out what you want to be. And for the record, Isiah, no matter what type of dragon you wish to become or how powerful you are, know that Ophis and I will always, for all eternity, be proud of you, because our treasure, that which we hold dearest, is and always has been you. Your father is absolutely right about that, Isiah. No matter what you do, we will always love you because you are our son," Ophis added as she formed a wonderful smile towards him. This caused Isiah to cry a bit as he went and hugged his parents, so happy to have their support and love no matter what. "All right, enough of this sappy display, let's continue training," Great-red said, which caused everyone to chuckle a bit before Isiah responded with yes. End of flashback. Recalling his father's words, he started thinking, what kind of dragon do I want to be, he asked himself. However, no matter what, his decision would not chance from the answer he gave his father. He wants to be as strong and majestic like his father, graceful, loving like his mother. His parents are and will always be his idols regarding what kind of awesome and cool-looking dragon he wants to be. What do I treasure most? His mind wandered to the people who were close to him. His mother and father, Auntie Shuri and Uncle Barakiel, especially. Akeno. Valpa's blast was inching closer and closer. I want to protect those I love. All of a sudden, he felt a surge of power gush from his being as his fire suddenly increased in both intensity and size. In addition, the color of the fire changed from an orange hue to dark crimson, just like his scales. His newfound strength slowly began to overpower Valpa's attack. Seeing this sudden reversal, Valpa became frustrated since he held the advantage just a moment ago. What the hell is happening? Where did this surge of power come from? He screamed as he tried to add even more power to his attack, however it seemed to have no effect. His allies tried adding their own power to aid him, however, the moment their attack came close to Isiah fire, they evaporated from the sheer intensity of it. No, 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 this cannot be. I refuse to be defeated by a mere infant. I will not be defeated here, you damn monster. He tried everything he could, but nothing mattered as his blast quickly dissipated as Isiah's breath attack enveloped Valpa. You dragon, he cursed as he took his last breath of life. Huge explosions followed wherever his breath traveled, causing a massive amount of smoke. After the dust cleared, Isiah sees that his breath attack scorched the leader as well as any unfortunate devil caught in its way to ashes. The force of his attack was also powerful enough to destroy part of the barrier that surrounded them. The remaining devils could not believe their eyes at the destruction caused by the boy. The power he demonstrated was enough to destroy their leader with little resistance, and he was powerful enough to have 4 pairs of wings. What a monster was what was going through each of their minds as their bodies shook in fear at the overwhelming might displayed in front of them. Seeing that his breath attack destroyed many devils including the leader, his fatigue suddenly came back in full force. He used every last drop of power he could muster and finally collapsed on the floor as his consciousness was leaving him. Before succumbing to it, he was able to hear Akeno screaming his name. When Isiah woke up, he found himself in a room that was not his, but looking at his surrounding recognized as the guest room located in Akeno's home. When he tried to get up, he felt a bit of weight on his hand, so he turned his attention to it only to find that Akeno was located near him, grasping his hand for dear life, and he noticed that she was asleep next to him. Trying to recall what had happened, his memories of the events that transpired slowly resurfaced as he remembered what had happened. A group of devils suddenly appeared out of nowhere with the goal of kidnapping him for reasons he had no idea. They tried to kill Akeno, but he somehow found the strength needed to protect her and finally managed to master his fire breath, which annihilated all the remaining devils including the 10-winged devil leader. But then, his memory became a blur, so he guessed he must have collapsed at that moment. He suddenly felt Akeno stir in her sleep, meaning that she was about to wake up, and sure enough her eyelids slowly opened, revealing her beautiful violet eyes. Upon seeing Isiah awake, she quickly embraced him, encasing his head into her decent developed chest, for a 7-year-old girl. The perks of being born part fallen. She started sobbing, so thankful that he was awake. Thank God, you are alright, Isiah. I was so worried when I saw you collapse. I thought that you died, she said as tears poured out of her eyes. Seeing this, he embraced her, trying to soothe her as he rubbed her back. I'm okay, Akeno-chan, sorry for making you worry so much. He tried his best to reassure her as he continued. Also, are you okay? I remembered that those bastards injured you and I want to make sure you are all right. Slowly getting out of his embrace and staring him right in the eyes, she immediately replied, you idiot, you were injured way worse than I was, taking on those devils, and yet here you are worrying about me instead of yourself. Isiah could tell from her voice that she was extremely worried about him, which made him feel sad at causing her to feel this way. He used his thumbs to wipe away her tears. You are my best friend, Akeno-chan, so, of course I am going to worry about your safety. I am just glad that I was able to protect you, he told her as he gave her a smile showing he meant every word of it. His sincerity caused her to blush as she dove her head back in his chest and enjoyed his embrace. Eventually they separated and Isiah asked her, can you tell me what happened after I lost consciousness, since I'm guessing a bit happened considering that I know I was not able to finish them all, he asked her, to which she nodded as she retold him what happened after he passed out. Akeno's perspective from a few hours ago, after Isiah launched his devastating breath, Akeno marveled at the power her best friend unleashed. Once again, she was reminded of how strong Isiah was compared to her. Here she was, barely able to defeat a 2-winged angel, and yet he managed to deal critical damage to most if not all of them, and even managed to defeat their leader as well as many others with his last attack. However, her wonder was cut short as she saw Isiah fall. Isiah! Isiah! She screamed with all her might, quickly running towards him, fearing for the worst. She was extremely worried as she picked him up and checked to see if he was still breathing. To her relief, she saw his chest rising slowly, showing that he simply fell unconscious from the resulting attack. It shows how he placed every ounce of power he could into his attack. She wanted to quickly get back home and have his wounds checked out, however, reality had other ideas. From the smoke, The remaining devils who survived the blast came out into the open, also looking at the devastation caused by their target, still not believing what is in front of their very eyes. "Holy shit, this brat is a fucking monster," one of them shouted, although the thought was reciprocated by every single remaining survivor. "I know, I cannot believe a mere brat was able to defeat so many of us, including Payman Summer. We severely underestimated the brat despite knowing that he is Ophis spawn," one of the remaining 6 winged devils said, clearly enraged at the state they were reduced to. But once he saw Isiah unconscious, his attitude did a full 180 as a smirk appeared on his face. Well, it seems the monster's finally hit his limit. I have to admit, for a moment, I did not believe we would survive this ordeal, but it seems Lady Luck favors us today. We may have lost almost half of our group including our leader, but it seems we will be able to complete our objective here," he said as he slowly made his way towards Isiah. Seeing this, Akeno immediately got in front of Isiah and shouted, "I will not let you touch him." Seeing this, the 6 winged devil started laughing, which was accompanied by his companions' laughter. My, for a fallen angel weakling, you are certainly very brave." Facing towards her with the same awful smirk he wears, brave yet also extremely foolish. "How do you expect to stop us? Unlike that monster laying there, you are very weak." Seeing him make his way towards them, Akeno gathered whatever remaining magic she could and shot it towards the approaching devil. As holy lightning was making its way towards him, he simply snuffed, and to prove his earlier point, he simply waved his hand, and that was all that was required to dispel the attack, which frightened Akeno. "You see, you cannot do anything to stop us. While it's true that the holy attribute is, in fact, our biggest weakness, your level of power is much too weak to be able to damage a 4-winged devil, let alone myself who is even stronger. As I just demonstrated, your attack was not even able to phase me. Even if I let your attack hit me, it would not even have counted on the level of a mosquito bite. Anyways, this shit has taken far too long in my opinion. We will take that by and he will pay for what he did to us." Looking at her, he suddenly got a flash of inspiration on how to torment the boy. "Oh, I just got an excellent idea to make him suffer. It seems the abomination had cared for you very much, considering how far he went to protect you from harm. How about this? I will make sure that when he wakes up, the first thing he will see is your head on a spike. Bahaha, oh, I cannot wait to see the look of despair he will have when he realizes that he failed to protect anything and his struggles were all useless. What a pleasant sight that will be. Aren't I right, boys?" he asked his comrades, who all nodded and even laughed at his suffering, which disgusted Akeno to her very core, yet she could do nothing but let out a few tears, powerless to do anything. Her look of despair brought immeasurable joy to the 6-winged devil as he started gathering a lot of demonic power in his hand and pointed it towards them. "Time to die, fallen angel," he said as he shot the blast of demonic power at them. Knowing her end was in sight, she simply embraced Isiah as she closed her eyes, waiting for her inevitable demise. All of a sudden, the barrier surrounding them broke apart as an immense amount of holy lighting intercepted the demonic energy, quickly dispelling it as it made contact with it. Akeno opened her eyes to see what happened and to her relief saw her father bathed in holy lightning standing in front of them. However, this time she bore witness to a side of her father that she had never seen. In front of her stood a very enraged Barakiel, glaring furiously at the devils. "How dare you shits harm my daughter?" he shouted as he released a charge of holy lightning towards the devils, and unlike his daughter's attack, his attack obliterated from existence any devils that stood in its range. Seeing a fallen angel Kada make his appearance caused the devils to jerk away in fear, knowing they stood no chance against him. Yet, their fear was taken a notch higher when they saw who stepped forward behind Barakiel. Making their way forward was an enraged Ophis followed by Great-red. The power radiating from them was immeasurable and caused many devils to pee in their pants knowing who stood before them. Luckily, or unluckily, they did not recognize that the man standing before them was Great-red. If they did, they most likely would have died from shock the instant they saw both dragon gods enter their view. "Oh shit, it's Ophis, everyone retreat now," one of them shouted with extreme fear. However, before they could take one step, an overwhelming amount of killing intent was directed towards which rendered them immobile. Even Barakiel was flinching at their power even though their rage was not directed towards him. "None of you vermin are going anywhere," stated Great-red. He motioned his hand upwards as he made a newly constructed barrier around them for multiple reasons. The first, being the obvious one, to prevent any of the accursed devils to escape from them. They have harmed his son and they will regret it very painfully. The second reason is to be able to contain the release of power that is emanating from both dragon gods, since they are beyond enraged at this point in time and it was taking every single fiber of their being to keep their powers from exploding outwards and destroying the entire country of Japan and all its residents. In the supernatural world, there was one fact that every supernatural being agreed upon, and that is to never cause a dragon's outrage lest you live to see another day. Dragons have always one of the strongest, if not the strongest species to ever roam the world. It is the reason why many have feared them and even hunted them down. However, they become the most dangerous creatures when angered. Even a low-level dragon, when outraged, can cause widespread destruction. Heck, it took the three factions, including God and the original 4 devil kings, to make a temporary truce amongst themselves to deal with the 2 enraged heavenly dragons Albion and Drake, and even though they succeeded, hundreds of thousands of people died in the conflict. This illustrated to the entire world that you do not mess with an angry dragon, because if you do you may not live to see another day. Angering the dragon gods is something no faction, even the Hindu faction, would ever dare to attempt lest they face extinction. These devils were about to learn the hard way what it means to anger not one but both dragon gods. What happened next was not a battle but rather a one-sided slaughter, as they all completely obliterated all of them from the phase of existence. Even the surrounding park vanished, leaving only destruction and ruin in its wake. Many of the devils were tortured to death by Ophis as she exploded each of their limbs, one by one, making sure to make their death as excruciating as possible before death embraced them. Great-red simply evaporated each one of them. He did not care to maim or torture them. All he cared about was to make them pay for what they did to his son, and like insects, he would simply crush them. In the end, not a single devil remained in sight. "It is finished," Great-red said stoically as he looked at the surrounding destruction his wife and him caused, with a little bit of help from Barakiel tongue-poking smiley LOL. "Don't you think you overdid it a little?" Barakiel asked, looking at the ruined scenery in front of him. "Sorry my friend, but we needed to let out a bit of steam, and you know as well as I that they deserved every bit of it for what they did to our children," he answered back at him. "They deserved far worse than that," Ophis added angrily, still not over the fact that her little Isiah was harmed. Great-red walked next to her and brought his hand near her waist and embraced her, which managed to calm her down a bit. "You are right. We should fix this place before heading home. Leave that to me," as Great-red snapped his fingers, and the damage to the park and its surroundings immediately disappeared as everything returned to normal. One would never guess an apocalyptic massacre occurred there. Ophis then went to pick up her unconscious son, where she caressed her son's face as her anger shifted to sadness seeing the poor state of Isiah. Barakiel did the same for his daughter, as she barely had the strength to stand up after everything she's been through. End of Akeno's explanation. Afterwards, our parents took us back home and treated our wounds. Auntie Ophis has been taking care of you every day, and it took much convincing to pry her off of you. I see. Thanks for filling in the blanks for me, Akeno-chan. I didn't get the chance to say this, but I'm sorry for everything that you have been through. For whatever reason, those devils were after me, and you would not have been hurt if it were not for me, he soberly said as moved his head towards the floor. Akeno embraced him. It's okay. You protected me from them just like you promised. I'm just really glad that you are all right as well. As they were consoling each other, they heard a small laugh coming from the door. It seems I am interrupting something. If it means seeing my daughter react like this, then maybe Isiah should get injured a bit more, she jokingly said as both quickly separated, each wearing a big blush on their faces. Although Shuri was teasing them, from her tone you could tell how relieved she was to see him awake and well. She approached them and sat down near Isiah. I'm so relieved that you are all right, Isiah. She smiled at him, who recovered from his blush, and he smiled back. Yes, Auntie Shuri, I'm fine. Dragons are very resilient after all, at least according to my dad. I also wanted to thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, God knows what would have happened to Akeno. You managed to protect her from those devils despite being injured, and so from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, she sincerely told him as she bowed her head. Seeing this, Isiah started waving his hands left and right. Please don't bow to me, Auntie. Akeno is my best friend, but more than that, I see all of you as part of my family. I will protect those that I care about. That is the sort of person I want to be, he told her. She responded by giving him a hug. Yufu, what a fine young man you will turn out to be. It seems that Akeno will be in good hands, she casually said, which surprised Isiah. Wait, what idea? All of a sudden, the door burst open and all of them turned their attention towards it to see who caused the commotion. From the entryway, they saw that it was Ophis, who as soon as she sensed her son awake quickly bolted towards his room. Seeing him awake and healthy, in a burst of speed no saw coming, she rushed towards him and embraced him into her chest while a well of tears dripped down her face. Isiah, my baby boy, I'm so grateful you are all right. I'm sorry you had to go through all that pain and suffering. What a horrible mother I am to allow such a thing to happen to you. While Isiah was very grateful for his mother's concern, her breasts were currently suffocating him as she is using a bit more strength than she intended, so he was trying to escape her grasp to catch his breath, but to no avail as his strength pales in comparison to his mother. However, salvation came to him very soon in the form of his father. Ophis, calm down a little bit. You are suffocating the poor lad. Are you trying to finish what those devils started? His father told Ophis. Quickly realizing he was right, she let go of her son, who took a few deep breaths. Ophis blushed a little at what she did and told Isiah she was sorry, but Isiah told her that it was okay. He then looked at his father and thanked him for the save. Great-red patted his boy's head, then gave him his own embrace. Well done, my son. I am extremely proud of you with what you accomplished, and like your mother, I am extremely happy that you are safe. He let go Isiah afterwards, as Barakiel came from behind him and knelt down in front of Isiah to give him a hard embrace as well. Isiah, my boy, thank you so very much for doing what I couldn't and protecting my daughter. If it wasn't for you, she would not be with us, and for that you have my eternal gratitude. Thank you so much. Isiah heard him say, and he could tell from his voice that he was crying with relief, showing how much he meant every word. Isiah returned his embrace and said, no problem, Uncle Barakiel. Like I told Auntie Shuri, I will always protect those I care about. Great-red patted Isiah's head again, proud of his answer, and Ophis gave him a wonderful smile illustrating how proud she was of her son as well. If it wasn't already clear by this point, both Isiah and Akeno regard each other parents as aunts and uncles, and they are all perfectly fine with it. Smiling face. Now Isiah, although we already heard most of what happened from Akeno, I would like you to tell us of the events that occurred from your perspective if you do not mind. Isiah nodded and began explaining everything that occurred since the moment they entered the park to the point where he lost consciousness. Shuri and Barakiel were once again reminded of how close Akeno came to lose her life were it not for Isiah. Ophis was furious that those worthless devils harmed her son and also proud of her son for his strength. Great-red was equally proud of his son as he also realized that he may have unconsciously used an ability that stems from his domain during his battle with the Devil's Home. Very interesting. From what you told me, it appears you activated an ability of mine called distortion. In its true form, the ability allows me to distort reality like its name suggests, making something out of nothing and making the impossible possible. In simpler terms, it is just like in a dream where anything you can imagine becomes real. What you accomplished was the basic form of the ability. It allowed you to react in a burst of speed unthinkable from your distance in order to intercept the attack that was headed towards Akeno. He explained to his son. But, how come I couldn't activate it again afterwards? He asked. You must have activated the ability subconsciously. Your strong desire to protect Akeno from harm must have brought out the ability from within you, but at the moment, your body is too weak to handle the continuous power and stress of using my abilities. Still, for you to activate subconsciously this early, illustrates the bountiful potential you hold within you, my son. I have never been prouder of you, my boy. Great-red stated, which caused Isiah to smile with a blush. His mother also agreed with his father. Anyways, what is your take on this, Barakiel, as you have more experience handling devils than us? To which Barakiel started thinking before answering. From what Isiah and my daughter told us, at first, I thought that it was a group of stray devils who happened to come across our kids, but this felt too organized to that. They even knew that Isiah was Ophis' child, which makes it all the more puzzling how they found out, considering how you've been keeping a low profile and not interacting with anyone other than us. And, before you ask, I swear on my family that none of us ever told a single soul about you. I can stake my life on that. The dragons both nodded, trusting it wasn't them. They develop a friendly relationship with them and know they would not put any of them in jeopardy. Barakiel continued. They have been carefully planning their moves until Isiah was vulnerable, where they trapped him in a barrier which prevented even you guys from sensing the danger and ambushed him. We were lucky that Isiah was able to destroy part of the barrier which allowed you to sense the danger, or our children wouldn't be with us today. The question becomes, who is bold and stupid enough to even attempt a kidnapping knowing Isiah is the son of a dragon god? I can safely say that none of the three factions would ever attempt a suicidal activity like this, since they do not wish to invoke your wrath on them. If it was the fallen angels, Azazel would have warned me about it. The devils would have most likely evacuated the area or even send all four Maris to attempt something like this. Lastly, I don't see Michael and the angels targeting an innocent child, no matter which species they belong to. So then, this would be the efforts of a rogue devil group, which would further indicate that this was indeed done by strays devils. If I had the resources to investigate, I may have been able to come to a solid conclusion. However, unless I bring in Azazel to help us, it would be extremely hard to do. Anyhow, since their attempt has failed, they may be trying to recuperate and try again, so I suggest we keep our kids within eyesight at all times until we can be sure that they are safe from any other attempts, Barakiel stated, as everyone agreed with his decision as well. They all decided to end this little meeting in order to allow everyone some due rest, much needed after all the stress this incident caused. Unknown to Isiah, however, was that Akeno failed to mention or was too embarrassed to let him know of something else that happened. Before their parents saved them from the attack, she also whispered a few words to him, thinking her end was in sight. As she embraced Isiah awaiting her demise, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Isiah-kun. I love you." Old Mao faction headquarters. Unbeknownst to Ophis and the rest, there was a survivor from the group that assaulted Isiah and Akeno who observed the entire situation from afar and quickly evacuated before they could sense and obliterate him. Now, he was making his way towards his leaders to explain of the events that transpired, knowing that they would be displeased with the results. He opened the doors leading to the room where all three descendants of the Maos were discussing their future plans. They turned towards him wanting to see who disturbed their meeting. Beelzebub was clearly annoyed at this and snapped at the poor fellow. "Why have you interrupted our meeting? You better have a good reason for wasting our precious time." The devil gulped and took a deep breath before answering him. "My lords, I am part of the group that has been assigned to kidnap the spawn of Ophis, and I came to relay the news, then off with it. Let's hear it." The devil then explained the events that occurred, and as expected Beelzebub was furious while the other two were displeased that their plan had failed. "You are all so useless," Beelzebub screamed as he shot a block of demonic power towards the messenger, killing him instantly. He then proceeded to smash the table in front of him, trying to dispel his anger but with little success. "Damnity, now how are we supposed to acquire Ophis power? We concocted in order to force it to give us power only for it to end in failure. All that time and manpower wasted and for nothing." Letting out his demonic power, which forced his subordinates to run outside lest they face the same fate as their earlier brethren, leaving only the other two descendants to deal with him. "Calm yourself, Shulba. You are disgracing the title of Beelzebub with this display," Kateria told him. Shulba turned his attention towards and sneered, "Her, don't you dare mock me, Kateria. This was all your idea in the first place and it ended in failure. I knew we should have sent one of us with those idiots to ensure success, yet both of you denied it." This time Kryuzi Asmodeus responded to him, "Do not be a fool, Shulba. You know as well as I do why we could not gone with them. Unlike our servants, Ophis would have definitely been able to recognize us, and the last thing we want is for it to get in our way. Based on how the situation went for them, it seems we underestimated the boy, but, in the end, they were all obliterated by Ophis. If we went with them and she saw us, she would have instantly known it was us and her wrath would have descended upon us. Our ambitions would have ended then and there. Is that what you want, Shulba?" Kryuzi vented towards him. Usually, Kryuzi is always calm, but seeing Shulba insult the women he loves invoke his anger. Kateria continued after him, "Thankfully, from what he told us, those idiots did not reveal any important information regarding their allegiance, so they would most likely believe the group to be stray devils and not suspect that it was us who orchestrated everything. It is a real shame that we will not be able to acquire Ophis power, but we need to cut our losses and move on. Any further assault on Ophis spawn will just redirect her anger at us, which is something we cannot afford at the present time." Kateria calmly explained to both her colleagues. "Then what the fuck do you suppose we do? Unless you forgot, we need that dragon's power in order to usurp those fake Maris and reclaim our rightful place in the underworld. We simply must find a different source of power, so it would seem we have no choice but to contact him for help. I contacted him once before and he said he would be happy to offer his aid so long as we help him with a few things," she told them. Eventually Shulba reluctantly agreed with his fellow Mao as his goals took priority over anything else. He will have his revenge against the new Mao and will become the ruler he was always meant to be, whatever the sacrifices need to be made. A year has passed since the incident with the rogue devils and life had gone back to normal for everyone. In the beginning, Ophis, Great-red and Parental kept their children as close as possible to ensure their safety in case the devils decided to make another attempt at their children. However, after a few months of no activity, they judged that everything was fine and soon everything went back to normal after everything calmed down. Isiah's and Akeno's relationship continued to grow with each passing day. It got to the point where they were practically inseparable. In addition, Isiah started to take his training a lot more seriously since the incident taught him that there were a lot of dangerous beings out there and he needed to grow stronger in order to be able to protect Akeno and those he held dear. He understood that his victory was only due to luck, having been able to destroy the barrier containing them, thus allowing their parents to rescue them. To make matters worse, according to Akeno, he lost consciousness while there were still many enemies left alive, thus endangering her life. Of course, no one blamed him for having lost consciousness. He fought with every ounce of strength he had and against several enemies while protecting Akeno from harm. The very fact that he managed to do that at such a young age was worthy of praise, but, unfortunately, for Isiah it was a strike to his pride. He won the battle but lost the war. If his parents were a tad bit late or he failed to destroy the barrier, then both of them would not have been alive today, which is why he wished to gain strength in order to avoid such a scenario from happening again. Even Akeno started to get better at using her holy lighting. She wanted to get stronger so she would not be a burden to Isiah. Even though he denied it, she knew that Isiah would have had a much easier time had she not been so weak and useless. Most of the time, the devils took advantage of her in order to be able to land hits on Isiah. Not only did he have to focus on fighting the enemy, but he also had to split his attention towards protecting her, which made him more vulnerable to Valpa's assault. The scar across his chest is proof enough of her inadequacy. In order to avoid being placed in such a situation ever again, she started training with her dad whenever he had time to spare. Today, however, was not a time for unpleasant thoughts because today was a special day and both of them were busy getting ready for the occasion. Today was Isiah's birthday and both families agreed to spend his birthday at the amusement park, which made him very excited. They were supposed to go there last year, but the devil incident caused their parents to become paranoid and would not let the kids out of their sights, so there was barely any chance to do any activities other than staying at each other's place. But now that things calmed down and the fact that it was Isiah's birthday, they could finally plan a trip to the amusement park. After waking up, he quickly dressed himself up and headed downstairs for breakfast. His parents had already finished eating and were ready to go, but it seems they were having a bit of an argument. For the last time, we are not going using your show. Cough, useless motorcycle. We already agreed to meet Shuri and her family at their shrine and we can simply teleport there. Ophis told Great-red. She had to correct herself there as she did not want to swear in front of Isiah as much as possible. Why not? This bike is super fast and we can meet them in style, complained Great-red. Your bike will just give me and Isiah a massive headache with all the noise it creates. That contraption is even noisier than you, and that is saying something. Oh why Ophis? This bike is a divine creation. A miracle created by the hands of humans, and it does not deserve to be called a contraption. This is the god of all machines with speed exceeding. However, before he could continue, he was interrupted by his wife. Yeah, I already heard all of that a million times already. If you love it so much, why don't you marry it? I'm sure me and Isiah can find another place to stay and leave you two alone. Ophis teased him with a devious smirk on her face. Great-red, caught by surprise by that statement, could only stutter a response. What it seems that after all these years spent together, she finally knows how to deal with him, which just left him grumbling. HMF, I liked you better when you were trying to kill me, he whispered. What was that? She retorted. Nothing. We will do things your way. Today is Isaiah's special day and I wouldn't want us to spend it arguing over pointless things, he sighed, looking at Isiah, who was finishing his breakfast. Yes, it is, she nodded as she shifted her attention towards Isiah. Isiah, are you done with your breakfast? Yes, Mom. I've finished eating. Let's go, said an excited Isiah already at the door, which caused both parents to laugh at their son's reactions. All right Isiah, come here. We will be teleporting to the shrine to save time and meet up with Shuri, Barakiel and Akeno. Hi, Isiah said, making his way towards his parents. When they were all ready, Ophis activated her magic circle, which teleported them to their destination. Now located in front of the familiar, the Hyauda family made its way towards the front entrance, where they were greeted with the sight of the family they were going to meet. At the sight of Isiah, Akeno quickly ran towards him with a bright smile on her face and enveloped him into a hug. Happy birthday Isiah, she cheered. Thank you Akeno-chan, he answered as he returned her embrace. In back of Akeno were her parents, who were slowly making their way towards them, and seeing this display caused Shuri to giggle. Ara, phew. The day has barely begun and Akeno has already made our little Isiah happy. We have your gifts ready for you at home, but if you prefer, we can always change them and give you Akeno, if it will make you happier. She teased, which got the exact reaction she hoped for as they both separated from one another, blushing healingly. Great-red then joined in on the fun. You can't do that, Shuri. There is no way we can defeat that gift. Ha, he said, causing the others to also join in on the joke. Although it didn't seem possible, Isiah and Akeno's cheek became a brighter sheet of red as they shouted respectively Dad, Mom. As the laugh settled down, Ophis decided to get everyone back on track, albeit with a little tease mixed in. If you are done bullying the newlyweds, we have an amusement park to get to. Everyone nodded at her statement and Isiah's mood went from embarrassed to excited in one moment. Let's go. A few moments later, they all arrived at the amusement park and Isiah could hide the awe he felt at the sheer size and number of rides there were. So many people were seen enjoying every sort of ride and he could not wait to get on each of them, as this was his first time in such a place. Akeno could not help but share in his excitement. However, unlike Isiah, this is not the first time she had been to the amusement park, as her parents took her once before. She was also excited because this would be the first time she could come to such a place with not only her friend but with the boy who she held a crush on. Before she could continue on with her thoughts, Isiah grabbed her by the hand and dragged her towards the rides, in the process causing her to blush at his assertiveness, but went by unnoticed by the culprit. Let's go on this one, Akeno. Isiah pointed towards the roller coaster. Akeno simply nodded as they made their way towards the line, their parents following closely behind while chatting with one another. Time went by very fast for Isiah as he got on different rides. Roller coaster, merry-go-round, pirate ship, and he even tried bungee jumping, although that made him a bit nauseous, but nevertheless, he had a lot of fun. They even went into the arcade, and this is where things got a bit interesting. He challenged Akeno to many different games, from racing games to dancing games, but he always ended up losing. Akeno-chan, can't you go easy on me please? Pouted Isiah, causing Akeno to laugh. Ara, can't the big strong dragon handle a little challenge? Are you asking me for some mercy? Teased Akeno. Never, let's go again, shouted Isiah, having his pride as a dragon wounded as he continued to play game after game against her but still losing. Amusingly enough, a short distance away, a similar situation was occurring with their fathers. Great-red, having spotted a motorcycle game, quickly challenged Barakiel to a match which he accepted. "Are you ready for a royal beatdown?" Barakiel challenged Great-red with a smirk. Barakiel answered with one of his own "Bring it on, Red." Unfortunately for Great-red, a real motorcycle is very different from an arcade one, and he kept making mistakes, causing him to lose the race. "I want a rematch. I just went easy on you, okay? That is the only reason I lost, but this time I will win," shouted Great-red, throwing a temper tantrum like a child. Deciding to humor him, Barakiel accepted his offer. Despite his eagerness, Great-red, like his son, kept losing time and time again. During one game he even resorted to cheating. When he was sure no one was looking at their direction, he spawned his tail and poked at Barakiel's side, causing him to lose concentration and allowing Great-red to take the lead in their race. "Wow, resorting to cheating, now are we? I never pegged you for a sore loser, Red," giggled Barakiel. "Doesn't matter. All is fair in love and war, and I will win by any means necessary," he said. Yet, despite cheating, he still ended up losing, causing him to brood even further. Ophis could do nothing but sigh at both her husband's and son's behavior. "Phew, why don't we go and have tea while the kids are having their fun?" suggested Shuri, who casually even called her husband a kid. Ophis simply nodded as they made their way towards a seated table. "Sometimes I really wish he would act proper for once in his life," stated Ophis about her husband. "He could, but then he wouldn't be the man you fell in love with, right?" Ophis sighed, knowing that what Shuri said was true. "You are right, as always. I just wish Isiah wouldn't behave too much like his father. Children inherit the traits of both their parents. Some are good and some are bad. Yet, despite that, we will never stop loving and cherishing them," Shuri stated, looking towards her daughter. Ophis doing the same thing with her son indeed. "No matter what he becomes, I will always love my little Isiah," she said with a smile on her face. Time went by and eventually they made it out of the arcade, although both Isiah and Great-red could be seen head down brooding over their defeats. With synchronized motion they pointed towards their respective opponents. "Next time, I will not lose," they both said at the same time. Ophis, recalling her earlier conversation with Shuri, could not help but let out a small smile, like father, like son indeed. All of a sudden, everyone a loud growl noise coming from both of them. "Oh, it seems we played until we were both hungry," rubbing his stomach as Great-red said this. Everyone started laughing, making Isiah a bit embarrassed but still joined in on the laugh. They made their way towards a restaurant where they could fill their bellies. Great-red ate what seems like an entire buffet while Ophis just had spaghetti bolognese. Shuri ordered a salad and Barakiel, a steak. Isiah, for his part, ate a steak and the same spaghetti his mom took, while Akeno simply had the same as her mom. Noticing that evening was fast approaching, they quickly finished eating and headed out to take part in one last ride, the Ferris wheel. Normally, there was enough space for all of them to enter, but they wanted to give their kids some private time together. Ophis even went up to the operator and asked if she could allow their son's cart to stop at the top for his birthday. Of course, her request was immediately accepted, since it is impossible to say no to a goddess incarnate like Ophis, even if the recipient is a woman. If anything, during their entire trip, so many people have been gawking at Ophis. Both men and women stopping to get even a glimpse of her beauty. Men started in lust while women in awe and jealousy. Yet, this time, Ophis straight up ignored them all, focusing on her son's birthday. Anyways, as the ride was coming to a close, just as per Office requests, Isiah's and Akeno's cart stopped at the top, giving way to a magnificent view of the amusement park as well as the city of Kyo. Wow, what a fantastic view, Akeno pointed out, looking outside. Yes, it really is, he answered. However, he was not talking about the scenery when he said that, but rather about the beautiful girl standing right in front of him, although Akeno did not notice this. Akeno, Isiah called out to her, which made her turn her attention towards him as he continued, "Thank you very much for being here with me today. I cannot express how happy I am at the moment. Today has really been one of the best days of my life, and I am glad that you are here to share it with me," Isiah said, revealing a beautiful smile that caused Akeno to blush heavily as she tried desperately to let out a response. "Thank you, Isiah. I feel the same way as you do. I had a wonderful time today," letting out her own impeccable smile as both of them stared passionately into each other's eyes. "Isiah," just before Akeno could finish her statement, their attention was redirected towards a loud noise coming from outside their cart. The fireworks display had started, and it was a very beautiful display. The grand finale featured a large variety of fireworks of different colors, which was awesome, but what surprised them both was the message displayed in the sky when the largest firework exploded, revealing "Happy Birthday, Isiah." Great-red had used his powers to manipulate the fireworks to give his son one last birthday gift. Isiah could not help but let out a few tears, expressing how happy he really is. Boom! The sound of another firework being launched reached their ears. This was most likely the last one before the end. What appeared out of that firework was something no one even imagined. It was an image of Great-red's motorcycle. He just had to have the last laugh. From inside their cart they could hear "You bloody idiot," the sound of Ophis screaming at Great-red's idiocy. Looking down, they could actually see her strangling the life out of Great-red, shouting other curse words, with Shuri and Barakiel laughing on the side. Seeing this spectacle caused them to laugh in turn, thus bringing the day to an end. On their way out of the amusement park, everyone could tell that Ophis was in a less pleasant mood over her husband's actions. "Why the hell did you have to ruin the day with that? Hey! You have to at least give me that. I couldn't bring my motorcycle today, so this was to make up for it. This was supposed to be Isiah's special day. I honestly believed it was very sweet of you to use your powers in such a way with the fireworks display. And yet, you just had to show everyone your ridiculous freaking bike." Emphasizing the last part. "What are you talking about? Many people thought that my motorcycle was cool, yeah, and they all look like degenerate delinquents. At least they have an appreciation for class." While his parents were bickering, Isiah could not help but be happy about today. Despite what his mother believes, he had a blast today and he appreciates them organizing today, and while it did not end positively, he was spending time with the people he cares about the most, and he would not trade this for any luxury in the world. Well, this is where we part ways. Once again, happy birthday, Isiah, and I hope you had a pleasant time today," exclaimed Barakiel, who patted the boy's head. Turning his attention towards his uncle. "Yeah, I had a blast, uncle. Thank you for coming, and you as well, Auntie Shuri," he said as Shuri embraced him in a hug, also wishing him a good birthday. "Ara, we also had fun, Isiah-kun. It was a pleasure to be part of such a special day, and I think I can also for Akeno as well when I say there is no way we were going to miss it for the world. You know it isn't too late to switch your gifts for Akeno, you fufu." "Mom," the last part of Shuri's statement caused Akeno become embarrassed as she blushed at the remark, which served to cause her mom to laugh some more. "Sorry honey, but I just can't help but tease the two of you whenever possible." she said, looking over her daughter who had a pouting expression. Understanding that this was who her mom was, she let out a small sigh in order to calm herself before turning her attention towards Isiah. She moved forward and hugged him, wishing him a happy birthday before heading back home once again. Happy birthday, Isiah. I also had a great time today and I hope to do this again someday. Thank you, Akeno, although next time I will win, he said, still bitter at not being able to claim a single victory over her at the arcade. Yufufu, one can always dream, Akeno said, teasing Isiah, causing him to pout, which she found cute. Before separating, Isiah remembered something he wanted to ask her. Akeno-chan, at the Ferris wheel you were trying to tell me something before we were interrupted by the fireworks display, so I was just wondering what you wanted to tell me then, his curiosity getting the better of him and asking her what she wanted to tell him. What he got in response was a heavy blush by Akeno, who could not believe that he recalled such a moment. Taking a moment to recompose herself and to think of something to say, she took a deep breath and answered, this isn't the right time to tell you, Isiah-san, but in a few weeks my birthday is coming up. Would you mind waiting until then to hear what I have to say? She looked to him, anticipating his answer. Of course, I don't mind, Akeno-chan. I promise that on your birthday, I will listen to whatever you wish to tell me, he said, lifting his pinky finger. Akeno then hooked her own on his, solidifying their little oath as they both smiled towards one another. It's a promise, they both said at the same time before separating and returning to their respective families. Both families waved goodbye to each other before heading back home. On their way home, Barakiel receives a call from none other than Azazel. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but considering that today was his day off, the fact that he is contacting him now can only mean that there is some time of problem. Azazel, is something the matter? Asked Barakiel. Hey my friend. As a matter of fact, there is. Sorry for disrupting your day, however, Grigory is under siege by various groups of rogue devils. I've already dispatched our forces, but the northern section of Grigory has asked for reinforcements. Kokabiel, Penamu and Shimzahai are busy dealing with their own enemies, so the only one I can ask for help is you. I know you were supposed to have the entire day off today and I really apologize for the inconvenience, but if you can spare a moment of your time to help me resolve the issue, I would greatly appreciate it. With your help, it should not take too long, at most a few hours. Azazel explained in a serious attitude, in contrast to his usual upbeat attitude, emphasizing how serious the situation is. Barakiel did not want to leave, but Azazel would not have contacted him if he could have helped it. With a heavy sigh he nodded to himself. All right Azazel, I'll be right there. Send me the coordinates and I'll deal with the situation as quick as possible. Thank you Barakiel. To make up for this, I can give you the rest of the week off so you can spend it with your family. Also, say hi to Shuri for me and not to beat you up too badly when you return. Ha ha ha, he said, reverting to his usual laid-back behavior when he stated the last sentence, resulting in a small laugh from Barakiel. Some things never change. Ha ha, that might not be possible Azazel. Anyway, I'll talk to you soon. Very well. Good luck and stay safe, Azazel said as he hanged up the call. Barakiel then shifted his attention to his wife, who had a worried look on her face. Akeno, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on and simply continued walking to her house. Is everything all right? Shuri asked her husband, who turned his head side to side. No, I just received an emergency summon from Azazel, who needs my help taking down rogue devils attacking Grigory. I'm sorry honey, I know that I promised to spend the entire day with you, but Shuri placed a finger on his mouth, thus interrupting what Barakiel was about to say, which surprised him. You should go. Akeno and I will be just fine. You need to go and help your friends, she said, caressing his cheek to show everything was fine. Barakiel embraced his wife in a hug. Thank you, Shuri. They both shared a kiss before separating as Barakiel prepared to depart. I'm off, I won't take too long. Tell Akeno I'll be back soon, smiled Barakiel as his wife smiled back as he teleported to Grigory. After that was done, Shuri made her way towards Akeno, who noticed that her father was missing. Where did Tucson go? She asked her mother, who responded, your father had to leave for an important meeting with his friends, but he will be back soon, so let's go home and prepare dinner, shall we? Shuri lied to her daughter due to the fact that she didn't want to rekindle any difficult memories. It has only been a year since the Rogue Devil's assault against them, and she was scared that if she told Akeno about the real reason he left, it might have negative consequences. Besides, today was a day of happiness, having celebrated Isiah's birthday, and her daughter was incredibly happy. No need to ruin the occasion, so a small lie is fine. All right, Kae-san, she said as both women headed home. Unbeknownst to them, they were being followed. It seems our source was correct. This is the family of that accursed fallen angel, Barakiel, said an unknown man. Good. Contact the rest of the team and tell them to meet up in Kyo. We will finally be able to claim our vengeance against that monster. He smirked evilly. The other followed suit before contacting the rest of their group. Back at the shrine, Shuri finished preparing dinner for her family, so all that was left was to wait for Barakiel to come home and eat. She looks over near the entrance to spot Akeno waiting for her father to return through the entrance. Smiling at her daughter, she made her way towards her, lifted her to place her on her lap, and decided to brush her hair. When will Dad get home? Akeno asked her mother. Soon, dear. He just needs to finish his bus. All of a sudden, her senses warned her of incoming danger as she grabbed her daughter and bolted away from her spot. Mere moments later, the front entrance blew up, sending debris everywhere. If Shuri had not reacted as soon as she did, then both of them might not have survived the impact. However, the room itself is now a huge mess. The tansu has been pushed down on the floor, and there is now a huge hole in the tatami floor. The dinner table is now turned upside down with dinner food sprayed all over the ground. After regaining her senses, she quickly looked to see if Akeno was all right, and to her relief, she did not have a scratch on her save for her clothes being singed due to the blast's heat. Her attention was soon diverted as many unknown men stormed in the place and surrounded them. Who are you and what do you want with us? She screamed at them while keeping her daughter close to her, who was very scared at the moment while internally thinking, Tucson, help us. Please Tucson, help. Isiah-kun, as she buried her trembling body into her mom's embrace, praying that help will come in time. One of them stepped forward with a smirk on his face and answered, well, since you asked so nicely, we are your enemies, or more specifically, we bear a grudge with the fallen angel Barakiel. He has been a thorn in our side for many years, so when we received a tip telling us where his family was hidden, well, the chance was too good to pass up. Shuri shivered, understanding what they were planning to do, but she would be damned if she let anything happen to Akeno. Another one stepped forward, presumably the leader since he carried himself as such. I will have you hand that child over. She is the child of the hated and evil Black Angel, he told her, only to get shut down. I won't hand over this child. This child is my precious daughter. And also an important and precious daughter of that person. Never. I will absolutely not hand her over. The leader simply sighed. It seems, just like we were told, that you have indeed been defiled by the fallen angel. What a shame that for such a noble lineage to fall in disgrace. It can't be helped then. Akeno watched as the Jutsusha drew out a katana, lifted it up high and slashed down. Akeno's mind slowed down as the katana made contact with on her mother's back. Blood splashing upwards as her mother's body was slowly dropping lifelessly to the ground, having protected her daughter. "Nu-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u wake her up. Please wake up, Ka-san, pleaded Akeno in tears, completely in denial that her mother has passed away in her arms. HMF, that wretched woman got what she deserved. To think she would spoil her lineage with a disgusting fallen angel. Spat one of them. Akeno could do nothing but stare at them, clear anger in her eyes but powerless to do anything against them. Remember this, fallen angels are evil existences that have been cast out of heaven due to their sins, and it is our mission to get rid of them for the good of humanity. It is a real shame about your mother, but if your mother did not associate with these evil beings, she would still be alive today. Unfortunately, since you are a spawn of that wretched angel, your existence is one that we also cannot tolerate. I do not enjoy torturing children, so I'll make this as painless as possible. The leader once again made his way forward and lifted his katana to finish what they all came to do. Before the Jutsusha could finish off Akeno, they heard a loud crash behind them. Stay away from my daughter. An angry Barakiel stood behind them ready to kill them. Having sensed that something was wrong, he quickly dispatched the rogue devils he was assigned to get rid of and quickly teleported his way back home, only to find that he was too late. Tears flowing out of his face as he looked upon his wife's dead body, which quickly turned into extreme rage as he saw the men responsible trying to finish off his daughter. He quickly shot a bolt of lightning at the Jutsusha that was about to strike at Akeno, reducing him to ash. Some of them tried to attack Barakiel, but unfortunately none could even come close to reaching him before being vaporized by his lightning. The rest tried their best to get away, however Barakiel was not having any of that. Using his lightning, he quickly vaporized any of them that stood in his way. This one-sided massacre ended after a few minutes, with all Jutsusha lying dead before his feet with Barakiel covered in their blood. Unfortunately, there was no happiness to be had as he looked upon his wife's lifeless body embraced by his crying daughter, asking her mother to wake up. Unfortunately, trouble was still lurking. Outside the shrine, hidden by concealment spells, several unknown people were discussing amongst themselves. It seems the Jutsusha have failed. Despite giving them Barakiel's coordinates, they couldn't even finish off a helpless girl. How useless, the lot of them. We should have taken care of this situation ourselves, said one of them. Well, it wasn't a total loss. It seems they managed to get rid of that disgraceful woman, Shuri. I cannot believe she would dare to soil our clan's bloodline with a disgusting fallen angel, spitted another one, revealing that these men were part of the Imejima clan. Still, do you think it wise to do this without informing the council? Disgrace though she may be, Shuri was still a member of the Imejima clan, pondered a female of the group, receiving a few nods from her compatriots. Bah! The moment she copulated with a fallen angel was the day she turned her back on our clan, and while they didn't take any direct action against her, the council also wanted nothing more to do with her. She was basically shunned by her family and no one will miss her save for a few ingrates. In addition, you should not worry about the council, for it was our superior who ordered this. Many preparations have been made so this would not be traced back to us. If anything, they will most likely believe that the fallen angel himself got tired of them and disposed of them himself. Another answered, most likely the leader of the bunch. It is a shame that those useless Jutsusha were unable to dispose of that fallen spawn, but they did buy us the necessary amount of time to finish our preparations. He said as another member came out from the bushes to confirm what he just said. Sir, all the seals are in place. We await only your order to begin. Very good. Everyone, get into position. Today is the day we rid ourselves of the Imjima disgrace. Yes sir, everyone replied as they all moved to their assigned position ready to begin. Back inside the house, a brooding Barakiel slowly made his way towards his fallen wife while a sobbing Akeno was trying so desperately to wake up her mother. Ka-san. Nuu Ka-san, please wake up. Akeno was shaking the body of her mother who had already passed away and was crying out. Shuri. Barakiel-san tries to touch his wife with his trembling hands. Don't touch her. Akeno clashed her anger against her father. Why? Why didn't you stay with mom? We always waited for Tusan. If Tusan was here, then Kasama wouldn't have died. Barakiel did not say a word as Akeno continued releasing her anger. Those people said this. That Tusan is a black angel, and that you are evil. They said that black angels are bad people. They said that I'm a bad child because I also have black wings. If Tusan and I didn't have black wings, then Ka-san wouldn't have died. Hate. I hate it. I hate these black wings. I hate you. I hate everyone. I hate them. Barakiel couldn't do anything but let his daughter release her frustrations on him. His heart shattered to pieces as his daughter shouted her hatred at him. He couldn't blame her for feeling this way, not only because she was a child but because he knew she was right. It was his duty to protect them, and when they needed him most, he wasn't there to help them. He had failed them. If only he sensed the danger sooner, he could have made it in time to save his wife. Now, he could do nothing but stare helplessly at his wife's body with tears dripping down his face. Before he could continue mourning, he suddenly felt a hostile presence outside, putting him on alert. Are these reinforcements the Jutsusha had in reserves or someone else entirely? He didn't know, but he would be damned if he would allow any more harm to come to his family. He lost his wife, but he was going to make sure he would protect their daughter. Stay inside, Akeno, he told her as he bolted outside his house, stopping at the entrance. He carefully scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint where the enemy is at while slowly moving forward so as not to be caught off guard. Unfortunately, he was too worried about possible sneak attacks that he failed to recognize that he stepped right into their trap. All of a sudden, a multi-layered barrier surrounded Barakiel, who recognized the spell. How could he not when it felt like the same type power his wife uses? It carried the Imjima clan symbol when it appeared. He did not understand what was going on, but he would think on it later on. His first priority is to destroy the barrier and protect his daughter from harm. Gathering a large amount of holy lightning, he blasted it at the barrier, causing many of the inner layers to break. However, the outer layer held strong to Barakiel's surprise, and in an instant, the inner layers that were destroyed quickly repaired themselves. This meant that in order to be free, he would have to generate a large amount of power to completely destroy the barrier in one move. Given enough time, Barakiel could easily accomplish such an act. He wasn't a Kada for nothing. Unfortunately, life is never that easy. He looked down towards his feet and noticed another magic circle surrounding him. At first, he thought it was an attempt to strike him. Surround him with a barrier, thus trapping him, followed by an unavoidable attack. a sound strategy when taking on a powerful opponent. Unfortunately, he realized too little too late what the circle actually was. His expression turned into one of fear when he noticed that the magic circle was in fact a teleportation circle. Normally, it is possible to cancel or negate a teleportation spell, but it requires one to do so the moment it spawns into existence, for that is when it is the most vulnerable. Unfortunately, Barakiel was so focused on getting rid of the barrier surrounding him that he failed to notice the spell spawning underneath him in time, thus missing his window of opportunity to negate it. His enemy's main strategy was never to take him down but, rather, to take him out of the equation, leaving his daughter vulnerable. Realizing the severity of the situation, Barakiel desperately unleashed everything he had, praying it would work. Unfortunately, his lightning wasn't condensed and focused enough to completely annihilate the barrier. He needed time to condense his lightning into powerful burst, and unfortunately, his enemies took away that option for him. Seeing that Barakiel was trapped, the leader revealed a smirk. "It's time," he said as he took out a small talisman from his pocket and launched it upwards. The talisman caught fire, causing to burst into flames. The other members, seeing this, understood that it was the signal to begin the operation. Almost in unison, they each took out a similar talisman as their leaders and begun reciting some unknown chant, most likely a Imjima spell. They then released their talismans, each of them taking a separate position surrounding the shrine. From them spawned a magic circle which started to gather power. "Imjima Sacred Arts Lightning Release, Ratan!" they all shouted at the same time as a massive lightning dragon came crashing down on the shrine, enveloping it completely and reducing it to ashes. No Barakiel could do nothing but scream helplessly for his daughter as the shrine was reduced to rubble before the teleportation took him someplace else. It was Isiah. Just as Barakiel disappeared, another figure made his appearance, and that person was Isiah, who sadly witnessed the entire scene. On his way home, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, feeling that something is wrong. It was then followed by what he could have sworn was Akeno's voice calling out to him, "Isiah." Wanting to figure out what was happening, he told his parents that he accidentally left something back at Akeno's place and that he was going to get it. Getting their permission, he spawned his wings, hoping to make it faster by air rather than by land. No matter how much time passed or how closer he got to the shrine, that sickening feeling in the pit of his stomach would not go away, causing unimaginable worry to sprite from Isiah as he picked up the pace. After a few minutes, he could see his destination coming to view. From afar, the shrine looked fine and he was able to sense Akeno's presence, causing him to let out a small sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a massive pillar of lightning formed above the shrine, and the next moment the shrine was gone along with any presence of Akeno. He could not comprehend what just happened. One moment, he was making his way towards the shrine, and the next, when he got in sight of it, an immense pillar of lightning suddenly came into being and enveloped the entire shrine. Then, a moment later, everything in sight was gone, the shrine, the surrounding trees, everything. All that was left was a huge crater where everything once stood. He was so out of it that he couldn't even hear Barakiel's cry just before he disappeared. In the background, one could hear small cracking noises coming from Isiah. The inevitable conclusion that he could no longer deny, Akeno had died, right in front of him. His breathing slowly became erratic as his mind slowly shut down, feeling as though a world filled with nothing but darkness surrounded him. In this seemingly empty void, images began to flash in front of them, and all of them were images of Akeno Isiah-san. Another crack was heard. Her smile. Her expressions. Her smell. Her touch. More cracks were heard. Everything about of her started springing forth from his memories as he heard a voice similar to his own yelling out the very outcome he feared with all his soul. You failed her. In that very same moment, the last crack was heard as all the seals placed on him suddenly disappeared as he let out a deafening cry, his voice sounding even deeper than usual. A massive explosion of dark crimson aura burst forth from Isiah after his sorrowful cry, reaching all the way to the sky as if piercing the heavens and causing a massive shockwave around him. The exorcists responsible for this mess did not even have time to understand what was happening when the aura enveloped them, incinerating them from existence. Within the aura, a massive 25-foot-tall crimson dragon emerged. The majority of his body was covered with dark, red scales. Isiah's lower body, specifically his stomach, the inner portions of his long tail, and legs, are beige in color. Isiah also possessed a large scar, located around the center of his body, that he got years ago when fighting the 8-winged devil Valpa. /N. I forgot to include this little bit of info in the previous chapter, but he did get a large scar on his chest courtesy of Valpa. His back has numerous black spikes, reaching down from the back to the end of his tail. Isiah has a triangular head with horns, a pair of large, round red eyes with black sclera and a sharp horn pointing upwards just above his nose. Isiah also sports very sharp canine teeth, and has claws with long, sharp, red nails. Growing in his back, Isiah possessed 4 large bony wings with dark outlines and rippled tips. Can anyone guess who I modeled him after? If you do, leave it on the review and next chapter I will reveal the answer. The very earth quaked beneath his rage as the citizens of Kyo, or even the entirety of Japan, become scared at the sudden earthquake. The sky above Isiah seemed to part in two as if even the heavens above cowers before the chaos caused by Isiah's unrivaled power as lightning and thunder came striking down the earth. Strangely enough, the only area unaffected by his massive power was the ruins of the shrine. It seems that, subconsciously, Isiah is still trying to protect Akeno's home even in his frenzied state. The first beings who came onto the scene were, fortunately, Ophis and Great-red, having sensed that something was wrong the moment Isiah's seals begun to break and quickly made their way towards him. They were greeted by the sight of a very enraged Isiah in his dragon form with a ruined environment all around them, most likely due to Isiah's power going out of control. The first to say anything was Ophis, who worried out of her mind for her son. What the hell happened here? What happened to Isiah? She shouted at Great-red, hoping he would have some answer. Unfortunately, Great-red had none to give her, as even he had no idea of the events that transpired here. All he knew was that they had to do something about their son before the situation escalates even further and all hell breaks loose, literally. I don't know, but there are more pressing matters at the moment to tend to. Right now, we need to get Isiah out of here. No doubt many supernatural beings felt his power and are most likely on their way here to see what is going on, and, right now we need to help Isiah calm down rather than dealing with the nuisances. Open a gate to the dimensional gap and I'll send Isiah in there. We will figure out what happened when we finished dealing with this mess. Ophis nodded as she did exactly what he asked before going in herself. Great-red quickly took position in front of Isiah as he launched himself towards his son. Sorry about this, Isiah, he thought as he smashed himself into Isiah, causing him to roar in pain as he was propelled into the portal leading into the dimensional gap, which closed as soon as they entered. Moments later, Great-red's predictions came true as multiple magical signatures came into view and, one by one, multiple beings from different religion popped out from the circles. The first was a handsome man who seems to be in his early 20s. He possesses shoulder-length crimson red hair and blue-green eyes. He is Surzek's Lucifer, one of the devil kings in charge of the underworld and potentially the strongest devil alive. Alongside him was another man who is Surzek's childhood friend and is considered to rival Surzek in strength and is known as a super devil alongside him. The man also appeared to be in his early 20s but possessed short green hair that was slicked back with light blue eyes. His name was Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly belonging to the Astaroth family and the creator of the evil pieces system that saved their race from extinction. The third person who accompanied them was none other than Seraphal Leviathan, or as she liked to call herself, Magical Leviathan, as she could be seen wearing her magical girl outfit. She is a beautiful woman looking in her late teens with black hair and possesses an incredible figure despite her childlike body. These three people are three of the four Maos of the underworld tasked with leading the devil faction. The last one, Falbium Asmodeus, stayed behind in case something happened and also because he found it too bothersome to leave. Out of all the Maos, he had a more laid-back attitude. The next person to show up was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He also possesses 12 jet black feathered wings that grow out from his back. This was Azazel, the fallen angel leader of Grigory and inventor of many artificial sacred gears. The next man was similarly one of the leaders of his faction after the death of his father. It was the Seraph Michael, who alongside his siblings Gabriel, Raphael and Uriel took over leadership when their father fell in battle, although this was a very tight secret known only to the upper echelons of the three great factions. He has the appearance of a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes. Like Azazel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold, further symbolizing his position as the former leader. He wears a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. Usually he would be sporting a graceful smile, but this time, it was not present on his face, illustrating how urgent the situation is. Alongside him came the aforementioned Gabriel. Gabriel has the appearance of an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, and is known as the most beautiful woman in heaven. Like other seraphs, Gabriel has 12 wings growing from her back. Unlike her brother, she still possessed her beautiful smile embodying her great kindness and innocence. There have been many angels who have fallen from grace from lusting after her. Even in the underworld, she is seen as a true beauty, and many devils would trade most of their fortunes to spend a single night with her. The rest of the seraphim decided to stay behind in heaven to fortify their defenses while Michael and Gabriel tried to uncover who was behind that unfathomable power. Unfortunately, it was not only the leaders of the three factions who felt this unknown power and came to investigate. Many other supernatural factions felt this overwhelming strength and came to investigate regardless of the fact that they would be encroaching on another faction's territory which could initiate war. This showed the importance they placed in figuring out what this potential threat could be. One of these leaders that appeared was Odin, who is the chief deity of Norse mythology. Odin has the appearance of an elderly man with long, grey hair, and a matching beard. He wears a gold and white monocle over his left eye, without the addition of the chain. Odin wears a robe, which is short and blue with a gold lining on the top and bottom of the collar, the sleeves of the robe and at the front of his robes all the way down to the bottom of the robe. The rest of his robe is white with matching shoes. Odin also wears a golden and black hat, which is sectioned off into 5 mini sections that sport either the color black or gold. The top, middle, and bottom is gold, and the sections in black are below and above the middle one. Despite being a god, he is extremely perverted and has found companionship with Azazel in that regard, although the rest of his faction including his wife and children are embarrassed at his perverted antics. The next being to show was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure and very blonde hair with matching eyes. She possesses delicate facial features and her eyebrows are cut very short and round, a symbol of nobility. Her hair is tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ends in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. She can be seen wearing a traditional shrine maiden attire, and over that she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon and a golden crown. Her defining feature, however, were the 9 tails growing from her tailbone. This was Isiah, a 9-tailed fox and leader of the yokai. Accompanying Isiah is one of the 3 Shinto deity, Amaterasu. She is a very beautiful woman, comparable to Gabriel, and even possesses a certain innocence much like her. She came along to ensure Isiah's safety in case something went awry. Don't get her wrong, it is not that she does not think Isiah can't take care of herself. She believes in her strength and she knows that she could most likely take on Seraphal head-on and most likely come out on top. However, against the likes of Surzex and Ajuka, who are seen as abnormalities amongst devils as their strength rivals that of even gods. They aren't called super devils for nothing, and against them, Isiah wouldn't even stand a chance, especially if they unleash their true forms. Although the true loss wouldn't just be Isiah but her unborn child that she is carrying at the moment. Even though it cannot be seen, Isiah is a few weeks pregnant and is carrying the heir of the yokai, which is why Amaterasu came personally to guard her. Finally, the last being to appear was someone none of them would have thought would even venture outside his territory. It was Zeus, the god of lightning and the leader of the Greek pantheon. Zeus is tall, handsome man with blonde hair and bronze eyes. He looks young despite his actual age. He always seems to have a hard expression on his face. His hair is long and he has a goatee that covers most of his face. Zeus was wearing a red and white robe with accents of gold in it. Although, he mostly dresses like this to show off his wealth and power. Out of all the gods currently present, he was the strongest, although Surzex and Ajuka might be able to take him on in their true forms but only together. Normally, he would never venture outside Olympus, but like the other gods, he too felt the primal energy radiate even from his domain, which illustrates how powerful it really was, and deemed it necessary to investigate as a potential threat to Olympus, even going as far as stepping inside devil territory unannounced, which could be seen as an act of war. This only serves to prove how seriously he is taking this mysterious entity. After everyone appeared, Azazel decided to try and break the ice amongst the group. I take it, you all came for the same reason as I. It would seem so, replied Ajuka. Hey you old geezer, how have you been? Azazel asked, waving enthusiastically at Odin. Ho ho ho, I've been doing as good as I could be. Let me tell you, it isn't easy being the chief Norse leader when my own brats keep causing me headaches, except for Baldur, he at least is quite considerate, sighed Odin, clearly tired at his son's antics. Between Thor's thrill for battle and Loki's mischief, he had no time to relax. Ha ha ha, I feel you. How about I take you to an Apai pub? Young girls from my organization recently opened up a shop in this town for the VIPs recently. It took me forever to get the approval of Surzex. I will invite you there then. Azazel said, trying to cheer the old man up, which of course worked. Ooh ho ho ho. To be expected from Azazel boy. You sure know your things. Prepare me a big-breasted one right away. I'm going to grope many of them, he said with a perverted grin on his face. Follow my lead, Shitagiza. Welcome to Japan. Do you want to untie their kimono obi? That is something you must do at least once when you come to Japan. I will show you the Japanese style. Ho ho, I can't wait for it indeed. Odin replied. Sir Zex, Ajuka and Michael could do nothing but sigh at their interaction, knowing that this is who they were despite the fact that both their factions aren't really allies. Their leaders got along well. Amaterasu, however, started to get a bit annoyed at their antics. This was made clear by the small tick on her forehead. Gentlemen, I do not believe this is the time nor place to be having such conversation, she said, her smile ever so present, yet her tone was anything but pleasant, causing a small chill down Azazel and Odin's spine. Buzzkill, they both muttered, yet they understood that she was right. Moving his attention to another, Azazel decided to address the elephant in room. My, you are honestly one of the last people I would have ever guessed to come here, Zeus. I can understand Amaterasu and Yaseka's presence here, considering that Kyo is part of Japan, thus involved with the Shinto pantheon. Odin is in the process of peaceful negotiations with our factions, so his presence here is justifiable. You, however, never really set foot outside of Olympus, choosing to let your children deal with outside problems. Ha ha ha, you are correct, Azazel. That alone speaks volume on how dangerous this unknown entity is. I felt its power all the way from Olympus. It startled even, which is why. He turned towards the devils, specifically Sir Zex. I hope you will forgive my intrusion on your lands, coming by unannounced, bowing his head humbly. Oya, never thought I'd see modesty coming out of you, giggled Odin. Watch it, you old perv. Zeus stared at Odin. However, before they got at each other's throats, Sir Zex intervened. It is no trouble at all, Zeus-san. I understand that the situation at hand is very troubling, and I can understand from your point of view why you would want to investigate. Sir Zex said. I have to admit that I'm surprised that you were able to sense the power all the way from Olympus. That would also mean that the other pantheons must have sensed it as well, stated Seraphal. I'm pretty sure they did. However, the Celtics and Egyptian pantheon have always been secretive and elusive. They most likely felt the energy but did not care, since it did not occur in their territory. In terms of the Hindu faction, we all know that Indra is not interested in anything but taking Shiva. The aforementioned god probably found this turn of events amusing and will most likely not intervene until he wants to. Explained Azazel, to which everyone nodded, agreeing with it. At least it means no one else will suddenly pop up here. We already have a lot to deal with and we do not need any more distractions. Sir Zex added. Agreed. Do any of you have any idea what was that enormous power spike and who could have caused it? Asked Michael, bringing everyone back to the situation at hand. No one had an answer to that question. They looked around to see if there was any traces of the person or if there was any possible witnesses or bystanders. However, the area was completely desolate. Based on the level of destruction that occurred here, I originally assumed that it was done by a god. However, based on the readings I'm currently scanning, the energy that was released doesn't feel like that of any god. It felt more primal and destructive, like that of a dragon's, remarked Ajuka. Everyone gasped at that remark. Dragons have always been beings of pure power, and despite being relatively low in numbers are still beings that instill fear even to gods. In fact, if you looked at the top 5 strongest beings at the time before the heavenly dragons were sealed, the top 4 would be assigned to Great-red, Ophis, Drake and Albion, with Shiva taking the last spot as number 5. Yet, even he would fall at the heavenly dragon's ultimate breath. Although based on the level of destruction caused here, the dragon in question would have to be at least Dragon King level, if not at a heavenly dragon class, remarked Sir Zex. I can guarantee you that it wasn't Megadsum. That fellow is still lying at the bottom of the ocean asleep and will not move until Ragnarok begins. I doubt anything would make him move, Odin stated as he stroked his beard. Ajuka followed after him, saying the same can be said for Tiamat. She is still dwelling within the familiar forest and does not seem to care much for anything else other than any information regarding Drake host. As for Tanin, Ajuka looked towards Surzex, who simply shook his head. Tanin is very busy taking care of his pack and raising dragon apples. I do not believe he would cause such an incident that would further antagonize people against dragons. Hell, he discarded his pride and became a devil with the sole purpose of saving his kind from extinction, so I highly doubt he would cause such devastation knowing the repercussions it would cause to his kind. Everyone nodded, accepting his reasoning. I can vouch for Fafnir's innocence at this. He is working with me on a special project of mine and hasn't gone missing. Although he is very strong, he is not one to cause such meaningless destruction unless someone went after his treasures. In addition, if he was responsible for the devastation here, we would see a variety of different weapons and sacred treasures left behind, therefore I can definitely conclude that it wasn't him. Azazel further stated his opinion. How about you, Long? Everyone took a moment to think about, but they all came to the same conclusion, which was no way. Yulong is the youngest of the Dragon Kings, so his strength is not in question but rather his personality. He is a lazy dragon who retired after his biggest battle. He might be even lazier than Midargsum. At least he said he would do something when the end of the world comes, but Yulong would most likely complain. It is a miracle that Sun Wukong is still able to tolerate that guy. I would have lost my temper ages ago, stated Zeus. Ho ho ho, it does not take much to make you lose your temper, Odin told Zeus, which caused Zeus to glare at him, but before he could start anything Azazel quickly intervened by moving forth with the conversation. The last one, Vritra, has been sealed long ago after his defeat to Indra, so it definitely wasn't him. However, I highly doubt even a Dragon King could have caused this. The land and its surrounding have been reduced to ash. The level of power needed to accomplish this must have been great. At least God class, or I even dare say, this being holds power equivalent to a heavenly dragon, explained Ajuka. What, a heavenly dragon? Have Drake and Albion been released from their sacred gears? Shouted Zeus. As strong as Zeus is, even he knows his limits and how outmatched he would be against either Drake or Albion. Everyone, except Azazel, who already knew the answer to this question, turned their attention to Michael as if asking him the very same question, but he simply shook his head. No, according to the sacred gear system, Drake and Albion are still locked within the boosted gear and dividing gear respectively, so I can assure you it was not them, he stated with his traditional smile, relieving everyone's worry. Although this brought forth an entire new possibility that sent chills down their spine. Surzex voiced it himself. If it is not them, then we have to assume that it another dragon that possesses at the very least strength equivalent to that of Drake and Albion. Any ideas? He worriedly stated. This was not a pleasant theory should it be true. He alongside his fellow faction leaders could still recall the battle they had against the fearsome beasts of destruction. It took the combined might of all three great factions alongside the God of the Bible and the original four Devil Kings to take on the two dragons. Even though they won in the end, sealing the two dragons in sacred gears, the casualties suffered were astronomical. Millions of angels, fallen angels and devils died in this conflict alone, and many more were injured, including God and the four original Devil Kings, and could not fight anymore. The mere thought of having to fight another dragon at that level terrified every leader present. Odin put forth his own thoughts while stroking his beard. How about the evil dragons then? They certainly have the audacity and strength to cause this amount of destruction. I had originally thought about it, but the only evil dragons that I could think of that could cause this would be Apophis the Eclipse Dragon, Azidahaka, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon or Kromkruach, the Crescent Circle Dragon, the strongest evil dragons known to exist. However, Apophis had been defeated centuries ago. Aidaka fought against the army of the gods of the Zoroastrianism, then was defeated by the hero, Raduna, and later sealed. Finally, Kromkruach disappeared after the evil god Bela was defeated by La. Since no one has heard of him, it is presumed that he is either dead or sealed like the others, explained Ajuka as he expressed his opinion on the matter. Gabriel added her own 2 cents on the matter. In addition, even though the surrounding environments were destroyed, there have no reports of any casualties in Kyo. It seems as though whoever did this made sure not to harm the citizens. This is not the typical actions of an evil dragon who do not care about innocent lives. Very true, although that still does not eliminate the possibility that it could have been some other evil dragon, added Amaterasu, who was looking at Issei when she said it. Issei lowered her head in sadness, understanding who she was talking about, although the rest of them didn't notice. Ajuka could see Azazel contemplating something and decided to ask him about it. Do you have some other guess as to who might be responsible for this, Azazel? Everyone turned their attention to Azazel, who sighed. I do, but I'm hoping to be wrong in this case, as it would be the absolute worst case scenario, he stated, causing his peers to raise an eyebrow in worry, wondering who he could be talking about. The only one who seemed to divine who Azazel was thinking about was Ajuka. You don't think it's... He shuddered as he received a nod confirming his fear. There is a possibility that it could have been Ophis, stated Azazel, surprising everyone, leaving an air of fear in the atmosphere. Ophis? Have you gone mad, Azazel? Why in hell would Ophis even bother attacking such a remote location as this? If I am not mistaken, Ophis has not been seen for the past 9 years or so, so why would she suddenly reappear and attack a random location owned by the devils? Unless, of course, they did something to stir her ire. Zeus shouted. I can assure all of you that we did no such thing and would not even dream to cause such a conflict, responded Xerxes to Zeus' accusation. Let's calm down. There is no point in fighting amongst one another when all of this is simply speculations on Azazel's part, Michael said, getting in between the two leaders, succeeding in calming them down. In other words, we are no closer to figuring out who did this, Zeus commented. It was Seraphal who decided to answer his query. Unfortunately, not. However, we will begin issuing a full investigation to figure out who or what caused this. After all, we cannot let little Ryas-chan occupy a dangerous territory. She winked at Xerxes when she said that, and he answered with a thankful smile as she continued on. Also, my little Sonatan is interested in coming to school here, so her big sister Magical Leviathan will sparkle and make all dangers go away. Waving her wand for extra emphasis, she went from serious to playful in one go, which at least relaxed the tense atmosphere going on. I can provide you some aid with your investigation. This being could pose a potential threat to not only the Devil's faction but to ours as well, so I would like to assist in any way I can. Azazel told the Maris. We, the Seraphs, would also like to help you as well. We currently have a ceasefire amongst our factions, but this could be the first step to achieve peace between us, Michael added. Thank you, Azazel and Michael. We will accept your aid. Xerxes thanked them with a small bow. This time, Issei stepped forward to ask, forgive me for imposing Lord Xerxes, but would it be troublesome to ask you to keep me and Lady Amaterasu informed of any progress in your investigation? I would be very grateful for this favor, and if you wish, we can also provide a bit of assistance. she said, bowing towards the Maris, which was then followed by Amaterasu doing the same thing. I ask the very same from you. If you would be so kind as to keep us informed, we would be grateful. It is no problem whatsoever, Issei, Amaterasu-san. We understand that this being may be a potential threat to not only our three factions but to the rest as well, therefore, it is only natural that you would wish to know who did this. Seraphal will be in charge of the investigation and will relay any progress we have made. We will also keep the Norse faction and Olympus informed as a show of goodwill. Azazel, can you please keep Odin informed of any progress, and may I ask you, Michael and Gabriel, to do the same with Olympus? Serzex asked his fellow leaders. Sure, no problem. I'll keep this old geezer informed. Azazel answered, pointing at Odin. It would be my pleasure, said Michael. Same here. It has been a while since I last talked to Hera-san, Artemis and Athena. I cannot wait to see them again. Gabriel followed up after Michael, excited at the prospect of seeing her friends again, although her remark caught Zeus by surprise. You met with my wife and daughters. What did you talk about? Zeus was a bit unnerved at the fact that his wife and daughter may have spilled some unnecessary information about Olympus, or even worse, talking about him, so he tried to divine some information out of Gabriel. However, Gabriel simply giggled and placed a single finger on her lips. Sorry, it's a secret. Zeus, understanding he will get nothing, decided it was time to go back home as matters were settled. Very well, I guess I will go back home and explain to my faction what has occurred here. I will wait for your report, Seraph, Michael and Gabriel. They both nodded and Zeus disappeared after that. Odin, Issei and Amaterasu left soon afterwards, leaving only the three faction leaders by themselves. I will start coordinating our forces to begin an investigation as soon as possible. I will also let them know that they will be working alongside fallen angels and not cause any unnecessary conflicts. Although, it will take some time to get used to it. Seraphal stated. Very well, I will notify my group and let them know of our collaborated effort. The leader of the investigation group will be Penamu-san, and since this is devil territory, I will let her know that she has to abide by your instructions, Seraphal, but she is exemplary worker and I have no doubt you two will work fine together. Azazel told her. Michael followed soon after, and I will send my brother Raphael to aid you. He is a very smart and a meticulous individual, so he might pick on things that others may have missed. Very well, once more I wish to thank you all for the aid you are providing and hope this is a start for the peace we all desire. Hopefully, this unknown individual isn't a threat. I would much rather have him as an ally, but all we can do is hope the investigation bears fruit and reveals the information we require. Finished Serzex as everyone nodded and teleported back to their homes, all of them ignorant of what transpired during their conversation. In the dimensional gap, 30 minutes ago, while the leaders of each factions were busy talking to one another, a portal opened up in the dimensional gap where a large crimson dragon was sent spiraling through. Regaining his bearing, Issei used his wings to rebalance himself, and from his expression, you could tell that he was enraged at being tossed aside. With an enormous burst of speed, unbefitting his size, he slashed at his father with his claw. Great-red, not expecting this speed from his son, could do nothing but raise his arms to God. Unfortunately, his human form did not provide as much defense as his dragon form, as blood spurted out of his arms from Issei's slash. Luckily it was a minor wound, for Great-red at least, and his regenerative abilities healed him up very fast, leaving only a few scars in its place. Having gained distance from his enemy, Isiah began to charge up a roar and fired it towards Great-red, who immediately retaliated with his own. Both attacks collided with each other, causing a massive explosion blocking each other view of one another. However, Isiah took advantage of this as he appeared through the smoke, rearing his fist backwards, engulfing it in crimson flames, swinging it towards his father. This time, however, Great-red had enough time to harden his entire body in scales and crossed his arms ready to take the attack. Yet, when Isiah's attack struck him, he felt an incredible amount of pain in his stomach as he was blasted backwards a great deal. It appears as though his son's attack not only pierced through his guard, but the fire even managed to cause damage to his stomach. Regaining his bearings, he looked over himself to check the damage, and he saw his arms were scorched, leaking a lot of blood, and his stomach was also charred by Isiah's crimson flame. He was incredibly surprised. It seems those flames of his were a manifestation of his son's limitless potential and strength. Even though this was not the time or place, he could not help but feel overwhelming pride at how powerful his son really is. "That's my boy," he thought to himself. Not even the feared ultimate attacks of Drake and Albion, said to be able to reduce even a god to ash, was able to even scratch him, and yet here was his son, barely even 10 years old, displaying strength that far surpasses that of the heavenly dragons despite being a youngling himself. Unfortunately, his son did not give him time to relax as he dived forward towards him once more. They started trading blows with one another, with Great-red taking the major bulk of the damage between them. This was due to 2 reasons. The first is, as stated previously, his flames are able to penetrate through his defenses and cause him severe damage, so he has no choice but to evade or dodge Isiah's strikes completely, since even a mere graze causes moderate pain. The second reason is that Great-red is holding back as he does not wish to kill his son, simply incapacitate him, but Isiah is not holding back one bit. Great-red understood that his options were very limited to defeat his son in the state he is. He considered at one point to transform into his dragon form to overpower Isiah, but his son's flames rendered that idea useless. All it would do was give Isiah a bigger target to hit, and he would not be able to deal with his son's speed, so he remained in human form. This left only one option, and that is to get Ophis help to stop their son, but he knew it would be difficult. "Ophis, I know this is going to sound impossible, but I need your help to stop our son." "Are you out of your mind? There is no way I can hurt my little boy. I can't do this," Ophis told him, trying so desperately not to cry at the situation they are in. Knowing that time was of the essence, he could not afford to start arguing with her, so he shouted to get his point across. "Ophis, if we do not do something soon, then Isiah will die." Seeing that this caught her attention, he decided to continue, albeit in a less violent tone. "Isiah's body is not yet strong enough to hold the massive power he holds within him. That is the reason why we placed many layers of seals on him. You know this. But now, with the seals removed, his body is slowly breaking apart. Even now, our son's body is slowly taking damage from his own power." She shifted her attention from her husband to her son and could immediately tell that he was right. There were small fractures all across his body, and more were appearing by the second. His body could still not withstand the overwhelming power he possesses. If we do not do something soon, then Isiah's body will implode upon itself and he will die. I know very well how painful the mere idea of hurting him is. Do you think I want to do this to my own son? Every single hit I inflict on him causes my heart to break in pieces, and through our scuffle, I can tell that, for whatever reason, Isiah is suffering greatly. However, at this moment, this is the only means of saving him, so please, Ophis, help me save our son." Seeing Isiah's state and knowing that her husband's claim was right, she tried to muster as much courage as possible to do the unthinkable. She would most likely be devastated, but at the very least, their son would be alive and, at this very moment, that is all that she wants. Very well, for the sake of our son, I will help you, but we need to make this quick. I simply cannot bear to inflict too much harm to Isiah. She told him, and he simply nodded, agreeing with her statement. It isn't easy for him as well, and finishing this as soon as possible is the most viable plan. All of a sudden, they turned their attention towards Isiah, who was responsible for the roar, and they saw him began to gather massive amount of energy towards his mouth. It seems he was preparing to unleash a devastating roar. Nevertheless, Great-red could tell that he was aiming to finish things, as the amount of power is far larger in this attack than it was in the previous breath. However, this also means that time is running out for Isiah. Looks like Isiah is planning to finish this with one massive attack. We will need to combine our powers together in order to counter his. We need to finish this quickly, as Isiah's body will no longer be able to sustain the massive power building within himself and eventually self-destruct. Great-red stated to Ophis, who simply nodded as both dragons gathered massive amount of energy into their hands for the final assault. Having finished gathering his power, Isiah unleashed his most devastating roar up to date towards his parents, who unleashed their own attack simultaneously as both their power melded together to form one massive wave. Both attacks collided with one another, causing multiple shockwaves reverberating throughout the dimensional gap as both attacks struggled to gain dominance over the other. For a moment, both sides were at a deadlock until one side was slowly giving way. Isiah could feel his attack slowly being overpowered, so he tried to gush out even more power from his being, despite the fact that his body was literally shredding itself apart the more he did so. However, his rage clouded his rationality. Seeing his body near its limits, both Great-red and Ophis knew they had to finish this now, so with one final push they unleashed everything they had. With the added force from both dragon gods, Isiah's attack started getting slowly overpowered as their combined might was making its way towards him until, finally, Isiah's breath attack dissipated and he was enveloped by his parents' assault. He let out one final painful scream before a massive explosion erupted, which could be felt throughout the dimensional gap. Ophis and Great-red were seen breathing heavily. This was the first time in their life that they ever had to fight seriously. Add on the fact that they had to fight against their own son, their mental exhaustion was beyond normal. They were praying that the fight was over, as they could not bear to hurt their son any longer, and that was especially true for Ophis, who couldn't bear this any longer. As the dust settled, they could see the shadow of a small figure through the smoke. Eventually, it cleared out and revealed an unconscious Isiah drifting aimlessly. Isiah, Isiah! Both of them shouted at the same time and dashed towards him. After reaching him, Ophis quickly scooped him up in her arms to check if he was even alive. Luckily, she could feel him breathing. However, one good look was able to determine that his body was anything but okay. He had many bleeding cuts all over his body, a few bruises courtesy of his fight with her husband, and the worst part were both his arms that were completely broken. He must have used them at the last second to protect himself against their combined assault. Ophis quickly began to use her powers to heal him as much as possible, but she could not stop the tears from falling off her beautiful face over the sad state her son was presently in. Great-red voiced her inner thoughts out loud. Thank the heavens he is alive, breathing out a huge sigh of relief that his son made it out alive. However, looking over Isiah's current state was anything but pleasant as he continued speaking, and not a moment too soon. If the fight had lasted any longer, his body would not have survived the influx of power within himself, and Isiah would no longer be with us. And not a moment too soon, he thought to himself. However, now that the current crisis has been dealt with, Great-red tried to process how all of this came about. He started recalling every single detail since the moment of Isiah's departure till now. Eventually, he came upon a realization about the location they found their son in. At the time, he was too preoccupied to get his son out of there to even think about where they were, but, now that he is in a calmer state of mind, he recognized that the place they teleported to was Barakiel's shrine, which only gave way to very grim thoughts. The only way to figure out the truth was to contact Barakiel and find out. He conjured a telepathic link towards Barakiel and waited for him to pick up. A few moments later, the signal connected. Barakiel, do you have a moment? Red-san. He answered back, albeit in a sad state. His voice sounded incredibly distraught, which was already a very bad sign. What's going on, Barakiel? You sound distraught, worried. Great-red. They're gone, Red, wailed Barakiel. What do you mean? Who is gone? He asked, however, fearing he already knew the answer given everything that he understood, but still praying for the slim chance that he was wrong. Once again, reality proves to be a cruel mistress. Shuri and Akeno. Somehow, Jutsusha figured out our location and, while I was gone, they killed my wife. I was able to kill them before they moved on to my daughter, before I felt an ominous presence outside, which turned out to be a trap from Imjima clan. Trapped in a barrier, I could do nothing but watch as lighting came down and decimated my home along with Akeno, cried Barakiel. No, it can't be. I failed them, Red. I couldn't protect them. I can't believe this, but this does explain what happened with Isiah, Great-red said. Isiah, at the mention of him, Barakiel quickly showed concern. What happened? Is he okay? Despite having recently lost his family, he was still able to show concern over Isiah's well-being, which honestly touched Great-red's heart. Unfortunately, not. On our way home, Isiah said that he left something at your place and left to get it. Moments later, Ophis and I felt Isiah's power spiral out of control. We quickly teleported to his location, only find him, in his dragon form, rampaging with intense rage. Knowing that other supernatural beings would come by, we forced Isiah into the dimensional gap, where we had no choice but to knock him unconscious, which we managed to do. I didn't understand what led to this, which is why I called you, but with what you just told me, it stands to reason that Isiah witnessed Akeno's demise, which sent him over the edge. Damn it, how could this have happened? He said, barely able to contain his sadness, which Barakiel could sense. So that colossal energy I felt was from Isiah. Barakiel was surprised at the revelation before reverting back to sadness, as he understood that Isiah went through a terrible ordeal. Take care of Isiah, Red. He needs you now more than ever. A young man like him should have never gone through what he just did. Yeah. I know. Take care of yourself, Barakiel. Great-red said to him. You too, Red, responded Barakiel before he ended his call. After finishing his conversation with Barakiel, he hung up his telepathic connection, thinking about everything he just heard. He still could not believe all that has transpired and that Akeno and Shuri were gone. His son's rage suddenly made a lot of sense. He felt extreme rage over what happened to his friend's family, which then gave way to sadness, as he felt extremely bad for Barakiel and can't even begin to imagine his sadness at losing his entire family in one day. He then remembers a promise he made some years ago to help his family in their time of need, and yet now it seems he failed to keep that promise. He clenched his fists so hard that a few drops of blood could be seen dripping out his hand. He was not only angry at the situation but also towards himself for being so useless when they needed him most. For the first time since his existence, the most powerful being in existence felt powerless. a thought that was most likely shared by his wife as she holds on to the unconscious Isiah for dear life. He needed to unleash his frustrations in the dimensional gap, for he knew that if he did it in the human world, Japan would most likely have perished with his outburst. So, he transformed back into his dragon form and unleashed his emotions in the form of a mighty roar. His roar reverberated across the dimensional gap, expressing his anger and his sorrow as tears started leaking from his eyes. After a few moments, his roar stopped as he regained his human form and moved towards his wife. Seeing him come forward, she looked towards him, eyes all red from all the crying she did, and asked him what happened. Ophis needed to know and understand what had happened that led her son into the state he was currently in. She knew it was really bad considering the outburst Great-red went through, and he is usually the more calm one of the two. With great anguish, he recounted everything he heard from Parental from the time he returned to the present moment. To say she was shocked was an understatement. She moved her hand to cover her face as fresh tears started dripping from her face again. No. Shuri, and even Akeno. How can this be? She doesn't want to believe that such a thing has occurred. How could we have let this happen to Isiah not once, but twice? We are supposed to be his parents and protect him from shit like this, and yet, we failed him when he needed us most. What kind of a horrible mother am I to allow such a thing? I'm so sorry, Isiah, she sobbed, looking at Isiah. Seeing this, Great-red quickly embraced her and rubbed her back to try and comfort her. No, don't blame yourself for any of this. It is not your fault. If anything, the blame is mine to bear, for it is the responsibility of the father to ensure his family's well-being and safety, and I failed at both, it seems, he grimly said, causing Ophis to look up and see her husband's sorrow at his own uselessness, slowly raising her hand towards his face and giving him a gentle rub, silently trying to console him, which allowed Great-red to form a smile. He then turned his attention towards Isiah. The problem now is, how are we going to comfort our son? What do you mean? Questioned Ophis, although she probably knew the answer to her question, but Great-red answered it anyways. You know, as well as I do, how much he cared about Akeno. She is his first love, and they would most likely have become mates in the future. Even though it isn't his fault, knowing him, he will probably blame himself for failing to protect her. He looked at his unconscious son solemnly and continued, this situation is laughable. Parental-san has just lost his family, and is most likely suffering by himself. Isiah is probably just as devastated as him, having lost the love of his life, and I cannot think or do a single thing to help him. Tears slowly started dripping from his face as he continued speaking. Many beings fear me for the strength I possess and even proclaim me as the strongest being, and yet what good is all this power when it fails to be of use whenever it matters most? My friends and family are suffering and I can't do anything. He shouted the last part as the dam broke again and started crying once more. Seeing her husband cry broke her heart, so she did the only thing she could think of to console him. She brought his face forward and kissed him tenderly square on the lips, surprising Great-red greatly, returning the kiss as his emotions slowly calmed down, having the desired effect Ophis wanted. As their lips parted, Ophis looked straight into his eyes with a few tears visible on her face as well, and said, the only thing we can do for Isiah right now is support him with everything we have. We cannot change the past, and despite how devastated we feel for failing our son not once but twice, there is nothing we can do but move forward. What we can do, and should do, is ensure that something like this never happens again on our watch. Great-red smiled at her, thankful for her support as he grabbed her hand and squeezed it a bit. Thanks, Ophis. I really appreciate this. You really are the best mate a dragon could ever hope for, he said, causing Ophis to display a light blush, but grateful that he was cheering up a bit. As much as she hated to admit it, she loved his obnoxious attitude, full of life and energy, so seeing him in sorrow felt wrong. Suddenly, Ophis felt Issei rustle in her hands, meaning that he was about to wake up. His eyes slowly began to open and held his head as if he had the biggest migraine ever. Not surprising considering that he had to be taken down by his parents. He scanned his surroundings and saw that he was with his parents, but, instead of Kyo, they were back in their original home, the dimensional gap, and he had no idea how they ended up there. Mom, Dad, what is this? What happened? He started to ask when all of a sudden, his memories began to resurface on the tragedy he saw occur right before his eyes. Akeno and Auntie Shuri were gone and he was powerless to do anything. His emotions shifted from confusion to sadness as he began crying in his mother's arms. No, this cannot be. Auntie Shuri and Akeno can't be gone. Ophis was simply devastated seeing the state her son was in and could do nothing but embrace him as much as she could, even though it would not take the pain away, as Isiah continued sobbing in her chest. He then went from self-denial to self-loathing. I failed them. I failed Akeno. I promised to protect her from harm, and yet when she needed me the most, I was powerless to do anything. He slowly recalled the times he promised himself he would grow up to become a splendid dragon like his parents, and how he had promised Akeno to always protect her. I'm a failure of a dragon, I'm a failure as a friend. Akeno-chan, I'm so sorry. He kept repeating the same apologizes over and over. Look at me, Isiah. Ophis said as she lifted her son's chin so he could look at her in the eyes. You should not feel guilty over events that were beyond your control. What happened today was not your fault, nor Barakiel's nor anybody. It is the actions of very bad men that caused this tragedy, and all blame lies with them, not you. Plus, from what your father told me, it would seem that in your rage, you wiped out the assailants responsible for killing Akeno, so, although this will not bring them back, you did manage to avenge them, so please, stop blaming yourself for something that is clearly not your fault. You know that Shuri and Akeno would want you to live your life moving forward. Saying the last part with tears dripping down her face. Your mother is right, son. This tragedy is in no ways your fault, but we must all move on. We will always cherish the precious memories we built together with them, and as long as that exists, they will always be with us, in our dreams and in our hearts. Added Great-red, looking at his son, who in turn listened, knowing deep in his heart that they were right, so he released everything. He unleashed all his suffering, crying loudly, clutching at his mother's chest. She in turn embraced him with as much tenderness and love as she could, while also letting out tears of sadness. Great-red moved forward and embraced both his wife and his son as they all mourned the loss of their closest friends and family. Minutes passed by and eventually, the crying and sobbing calmed down as Isiah separated from his mother's and father's embrace. Sniff. I want to get stronger, he said, looking at his parents, who were taken by surprise by his sudden declaration. Nevertheless, he continued, I want to gain the strength to be able to protect those I care for, so that something like this never happens again, so that I never have to feel so useless ever again, he told them with clear grief in his voice, yet his eyes were filled with absolute determination to get stronger. That's my boy, smirked his father as he rubbed his son's head, while his mother finally let out a smile, happy at the interaction between father and son. All right, I guess it is time to return home, Ophis said as she was starting to get ready to go back, only to be stopped by Great-red, who shook his head. Unfortunately, that is not the best idea at the present moment, he said. Ophis tilted her head a bit, not understanding why they could not go back, causing Great-red to chuckle at the adorable gesture his wife did before explaining his reason. Before we entered the dimensional gap, I sensed the presence of multiple signatures heading towards the shrine. As a result of Isiah's outburst, the factions must have sent people to investigate the commotion, and from what I sensed, I can safely deduce that they were in fact leaders of their respective faction. They will most likely put Kyo under tight supervision, which is why that, at the present moment, it is not a good idea to return there. Right now, they are in a state of high alert, so any form of magic, no matter how small, will alert them to our presence, and at the moment, I do wish to enter an unnecessary conflict with them. So, for now, we will be moving to another location. Explained Great-red. I understand, but then where will we live? Are we going to remain here in the dimensional gap? She asked her husband, who grabbed his chin thinking about her question. After a few moments of thinking, he came up with an answer. After some thought, I believe we should head to Tannin's territory. Tannin's territory. Didn't we previously agree that it might be too risky to live there due to the possibility of exposure? Although Isiah has grown up, I do not want him in any more danger. She asked Great-red, who answered, after what happened today, neither do I, and make no mistake, I will make sure that it never happens again, but that is beside the point. Back then, our primary concern was the development of Isiah's social skills, which was why we selected a human city. Granted, it did not turn out the way we hoped, but thanks to his interactions with Akeno, everything turned out well. The second reason coincides with recent events. Isiah's little rampage might have brought us an unexpected benefit. Ophis had question marks on top of her head. Not understand how it is possible, as Great-red continued. Due to the amount of devastation caused by Isiah, the devils will most likely issue an investigation to figure out what caused such destruction. They, most likely, have figured out that only a being of great power was responsible for this, and thus is a threat to their faction. This will cause them to employ much of their resources and attention into the city, giving us a better chance to remain hidden in Tannin's territory. In addition, from what Barakiel told me years ago, the fallen angels, devil and angels, have been vying for peace together, so there is a big chance that they will send additional resources and manpower to aid the devils, meaning we do not have to worry about them either. Explained Great-red to Ophis, who now understood his point of view and had to acknowledge the validity of his statement. The final reason is for Isiah's sake. As much as it embarrasses me to admit it, Tannin is a far better trainer than either you or I. He has spent most of his time training other younglings to be the best they can be, and therefore is the most qualified to train Isiah, since, let's face it, neither you nor I ever trained a single day in our lives. We were born powerful, two of the most powerful beings in existence, without doing a single thing. As a result, we would not be able to train Isiah in an efficient manner compared to Tannin. Furthermore, being introduced to the dragon community, Isiah will be able to make tons of new friends who will not shun him for his power. Right now, after everything that has happened, I believe that he will need this now more than ever, he told his wife, who simply nodded. However, will he allow us to reside in his territory? It is my understanding that he was reincarnated into a devil. Won't he alert the devils of our presence? Ophis asked her husband, who immediately answered, no, I don't think so. Tannin's primary objection is, and always has been, the survival of the dragon's race. In fact, the only reason he even discarded his pride, which is something extremely difficult for any dragon to do, and turned into a devil, was so that he could claim the underworld territory that contained the last known batch of dragon apples and ensure the survival of our species that depended on those fruits to survive. So no, he would not turn us over to the devils, and if we explain the current circumstances, I'm pretty sure he will accommodate us. He is one of the more reasonable dragons that exist today. Great-red said with absolute certainty, so Ophis decided to trust in her husband's judgment just as she had done over the years. All right, then it is settled. Are you ready, Isiah? She said, shifting her attention to her son, who remained quiet during that entire conversation, nodded vigorously at her question. Yes, Mom. I will train myself to the bone and I will definitely become stronger. Strong enough to protect my loved ones, including the both of you. Just watch me. Isiah stated, revealing a bright smile that his parents missed so much and were not sure they would ever see again, causing both of them to beam with happiness. That's the spirit, son. Let us go then. It is the start of a brand new journey. His father said as he started applying his magic to teleport them to their destination. With renewed determination and a new goal in mind, Isiah took the first step towards the future as he looked up to the sky with a passing thought, please watch over me, Auntie Shuri and Akeno. I vow to you that I will become stronger so that such tragedy will never fall to anyone else I care about. I will always remember the treasured moments we have had together as I move forward, so you don't need to worry about me. I hope you may both rest in peace, wherever you are.